Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
Welcome to a momentous occasion in the world of chess, where history, culture, and destiny collide in a dazzling display of strategy and skill. We turn our gaze to Singapore, the illustrious Lion City, a global crossroads where ancient traditions meet cutting-edge innovation and the world's bustling economic currents converge. Here, on this storied stage, the Chess World Championship unfolds, capturing the world's undivided attention. In one corner, we have Ding Liren, the reigning champion hailing from China, where a population over 1 billion stands behind him, fueling a relentless drive towards glory. Ding's journey embodies a legacy of strategic mastery and an unyielding pursuit of excellence. The road back to the World Championship has not been easy for Ding. This past year has been one of his most challenging, both on and away from the chessboard. Opposite him, from the shadow of the Himalayas, is Gukesh, the prodigious talent from India. Gukesh represents a new wave of chess brilliance from the subcontinent, leading a generation of extraordinary minds who are reshaping the landscape of the game. Since winning the candidates, Gukesh has been in top form, having one of the best ever performances at the Olympiad, where he and India won gold for the first time. As we watch these giants battle for supremacy, we are reminded of chess's rich history, a game that has transcended borders and ages, uniting diverse cultures in a single shared passion. From ancient palaces to the grand stages of modern arenas, chess remains a testament to the universal quest for intellectual triumph. In this grand spectacle, Singapore stands as the perfect host, a beacon of global unity, where every move and countermove resonates far beyond the chessboard, symbolizing the ties that bind us all. Prepare to witness a clash of titans, a celebration of strategy, and a moment where the world comes together in the name of the greatest game ever played. It is experience versus youth, Ding's unshakable resolve against Gukesh's unstoppable momentum. Who will emerge victorious as the 2024 FIDE World Champion?
It is day 5 of the FIDE World Championship 2024, and the tension is ratcheting up. After trading victories in games 1 and 3, neither player could break through in game 4, leaving the score locked and the pressure mounting. In Singapore, which is a melting pot of cultures where chess is uniting all of us, 2 of Asia's greatest minds are battling for supremacy. Will today's game tip the scales, or will the deadlock deepen? It's time to write another chapter in chess history. Welcome to the FIDE World Championship, everybody. We are here for game number 5. I'm John Sargent, and joining me are the effervescent Grandmaster Judith Polgar and the infinitely wise Grandmaster Robert Hess. Let's start with you today, Robert. How are you feeling after game 4?
Well, after that description of who I am, I'm beaming. I'm super thrilled, but game 4 itself, that was quiet. I think there's going to be more life today in game 5.
Judith, there's no hiding that game 4 was a draw waiting to happen for the last hour or so of the game, but the mind games, the psychological thriller that is this World Championship, that's very much still alive, and it's leaving us asking, what are we going to see today?
Well, I think so far we've seen quite a lot of interesting moments. Indeed, yesterday we felt that there were a point where it was only a technicality and making moves to go for a draw. But today, for me, it is really exciting to see what is the mindset of the players, because Gukesh, I feel that he's getting very much comfortable in his seat, and he's kind of ready to jump and take the lead. And the big question is how fast he wants to do that, how aggressively he wants to do that, and is it the time to do that? So for sure, he's looking for the opportunity to grab the lead in this match. This is what we've seen in game 3, for example, also, that when he had the chance, he took it and he never let it go. So I'm very excited about game number 5, what we're going to see.
Gukesh is certainly getting more and more confident. You can tell that he just has a little bit more of a relaxed demeanor over the last round or two, where he's been settling into the rhythm of the World Championship match. He's got the white pieces as well today. Are we going to see him attempt to break the deadlock and go for a big victory, what could be a pivotal point? Or is Ding going to reach peak Ding once again and show us all what he is capable of? Both results are on the table, as well as the draw, of course, but one thing is for sure, we're going to be seeing a lot of fighting chess today. Now, for those of you who have just tuned in and have gone, hang on a second, why is this game number 5? What have I tuned into? When did this even start? Let's give you a little bit of a recap so that you have the context for what we've seen today on what happened yesterday. Take a look at this.
He could become the youngest world champion in history. And for Ding Liren, there are a lot of people who are just wishing the best for him. They want to see that comeback.
Well, I'm very curious what will come out of this opening after knight d3 and e3, but we are seeing something new again.
Whoa, look at this move. Bishop a3, Judith. So this already is getting interesting.
The first thing comes to mind that probably it's Ding's second. Rapport is famous for all kind of non-expected moves like this. They are very close to each other in time, even though that Ding made a surprise to Gukesh.
He has played before, Judith. We may be in for a longer battle. I think that Gukesh has played a really nice game. Just when we were thinking it might be a bit difficult for him, he's been able to unleash some of the potential of his pieces. The knights get traded, some rooks may get traded, and there's just not enough material remaining. You can repeat moves, so I think that's what the players are thinking about right now. I think that was move 40, so they could have asked for a draw, but they will just force the draw, and there it is. The handshake is in, the draw is agreed to. It is 2-2 after 4 games here in the 2024 FIDE World Championship.
I wanted to ask you about the fan favorite Richard Rapport. He rode the elevator down with you today. He even made a little bit of a fist like this. So does it give you extra energy having Richard back walking you to the board?
Yeah, like last time, he always accompanied me to the playing hall and welcome me back after each game. So today, after the lose last round, he came here and to accompany me.
We're hoping to see more of it. Do you think he'll do it every round? He has to do what you say. You're the boss.
Yeah, okay.
We also found out that Grandmaster Niwa is on your team. At least we presume so. He came down in the elevator. So what does he bring to the team? What does he help you with?
Yeah, Niwa is a newcomer to my team. Of course, he come up with many new ideas in opening. Also, he share a lot of stories. She had very good memories.
You had a draw today. You got a little bit for white, but not a whole lot. But you came down the escalator in a really good spirits. You're in very good spirits now. So tell us why you're so happy today.
Maybe today I drink a lot of water and have some snacks. Like because the last game I didn't ever drink a little bit any water. So today the food makes me happy.
All right, well, there you go. It's important to stay hydrated even at a world championship. Ding Liren, thanks as always for your time.
All right, so that was game number 4, and I think the moment that strikes me there is when Richard Rapport and Ni Hua get to the playing hall. Ding Liren marches in, and then it's like they get turned around, like they arrived at a nightclub in shorts and the bouncers said no. But that was absolutely hilarious. They were still smiling, they were laughing as they exited the playing hall as well. You can tell that the entire team has a really good relationship with each other. And Judith, maybe you can shed some insight here. Obviously, the seconds are there to provide opening insight, to think of how to strategize to win the match, but ultimately the personal relationships within the team actually make a huge difference.
Seconds are very, very important, and this is what we've seen in every World Championship match. And I think for Ding Liren, it's important what kind of ideas the seconds are giving, and it was nice to hear that he said newcomer Ni Hao to the team with new ideas. So, but I've seen that also new energies are coming, and that's very important because what the players are playing on the board, as we've seen, it does matter, but it's only part of it. It's very important how the players feel physically, mentally, and what kind of energy they get during the whole event, but also when they come to the game. So you can see when the player has a lot of energy, self-confidence, with a real presence there. And I think this may bring some new energy, positive energy to Ding.
I think energy is going to be a theme of today. Before we went on air, Robert, we were talking about the energy of the players at the press conferences and what we could infer from that, sort of from day number 1 through to now. Obviously, that doesn't completely influence what moves are played over the chessboard, but what have you been able to glean from that?
Well, Ding, in the press conferences, he seems quite subdued, sometimes even seemingly sad. But what we just saw in that interview is talking about Richard Rapport, that brings a smile to his face. So in the press conferences, the players are exhausted. They just played a taxing game. And then I guess off to the side, perhaps Ding is experiencing different emotions, and the value of seconds, just to reiterate what Judith said, they're so important to the players because they bring the energy, they bring the mood, and they also bring plenty of great chess ideas.
So let's take a look now, scene setting a little bit for the start of round number 5. We're actually going to be heading over to Mike Klein, who earlier today decided to enter from the air. Let's see what he's talking about.
Well, there are many ways to reach Sentosa Island for the 2024 World Championship, but today we're arriving in style. We're on the gondola on a rare sunny day in what is otherwise a very rainy season in Singapore. But what about the chess? This is where the mind games begin in round 5, because recall, in Gukesh's third turn as white, he's going to have to figure out, can he go back to e4 or will he keep with d4? That's what got him his win in game 3 after going down against the French defense in game 1. And if he does stay with d4, we have a new helper on Ding's team. Ding did promise us that we would find out about his second, and we did that yesterday. Grandmaster Ni Hua made an appearance and is officially on Team Ding. We also had our first public appearance of Richard Rapport. He scrapped the fun shirts from last year. Now he has the fun shorts. So a fun little side story to see whether or not he keeps wearing some colorful attire each round. Going to be fascinating to see. Ding has become a real man of the people. Recall that between last year's World Championship and this year, he's actually played 7 decisive games of the 11 rounds in the first half of his 2 World Championship matches. So don't even be surprised if he goes for a win as black today. All remains to be seen. We're going to enjoy the rest of our ride on the gondola over to Sentosa Island.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. It's rare that you get a chess venue that you get to arrive at via gondola, but lots of fun and games to be had in Singapore. Obviously, less so for the players who are going to be completely focused on the game today. I want to start by being a little bit spicy, folks, and having a chat with you about what result we think is going to happen today. Robert, we've had a win for each side and 2 draws. The tension is mounting. After today, we'll be over a third of the way through. Is today the decisive breakthrough? Or are we going to keep the tension going?
Oh, such a good question, John. When Ding has the black pieces, it seems like we get those combative games. Ding won with black in game 1. Gukesh struck back in game 3 when Gukesh had the white pieces. So once again, white pieces for Gukesh. You can't just assume that we will have a quiet affair. So I think it's good chances, if history tells us anything, that we will have a decisive game today.
All right. And Judith, do you agree with that assessment? Is today the day someone's going to be striking?
Well, I'm really, really happy that that's how Robert thinks. And I think there is a good chance that we see a decisive game, especially seeing that the first 2 games where Gukesh played with white, it was the case. I'm expecting a very sharp game. And the question is how Gukesh is ready. Like, he really wants to take the lead, I think. I think it depends also on the opening, what we're going to see. That matters a lot. I hope for a decisive game.
All right. So everyone with their fingers crossed. I mean, we've had 2 decisive games, both of them when Gukesh has had the white pieces and Ding Liren has had the black pieces. So very, very possible it could happen today. But it's not just about our opinion here on the desk. It's also about your opinion back home as well. You can get involved using Vote Chess. So if you go to the chess.com events page and you click on the FIDE World Championship, you'll be able to navigate to games and click on today's game. And once you go into today's game, you should see a box in the top right-hand corner, possibly underneath our screen if we're live at the time. And that is social. And underneath social, you'll be able to vote for whether you think you will get a white win, a black win, or a draw for today's game. Now, it's not just about letting us know who you think is going to win. That's great as well. You also have the opportunity to win prizes as a direct result. 20 people will win very tangible prizes as a result of a Vote Chess today. So get your vote in and you could be winning $400 worth of Chessable course vouchers, which is quite a lot. And we're giving that away every single day of the championships, folks. So make sure to go to the chess.com/events page and log in and register your vote. You could be one of these winners. It's not just the one prize as well. Remember, 20 people will get something every day from this. Best of luck to you all. And do let us know in chat, whether you're here on Twitch or YouTube, what you think is going to happen. As you can see now, we're getting ready in the playing hall now. Maurice Ashley getting ready to introduce the players and the ceremonial first moves, as is custom before the start of each round. Ding Liren already sat at the board, and Gukesh, oh, there we go, not too far behind. Let's do a little bit of superficial reading into body language, Robert, because we love all of this unfounded speculation. It's fantastic. How are we feeling about the demeanor of both of the players today? Can you read anything into this so far?
For me, it's always the difference in the size of their chairs. Like, Gukesh sits down, he towers over Ding because his chair is so large, and Ding's just like, you know, I want that comfy lower back, so I'm just going to settle in here. But no, John, it's hard to read anything by body language. They both seem ready for what's going to be a great fight.
FIDE World Championship.
All right, let's hop to the introductions.
Presented by Google. Held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the 2 players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju. And the world champion from China, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 2 points apiece. The players have been playing incredible chess, fighting chess, and fans all around the world are following. And now that we have the first weekend of the event, then even more fans will be tuning in. Now, the host country of Singapore has been a fantastic host indeed. It is known for its remarkably low crime rate and is often cited as one of the safest cities in the world. However, the country has a popular catchphrase: low crime doesn't mean no crime. It has implemented stringent laws and effective law enforcement strategies that contribute to public safety and social order. The commitment to maintaining a safe environment allows residents and visitors alike to enjoy the city with peace of mind, making it an ideal backdrop for events such as this one that promote community engagement and intellectual pursuits. Today, we have a special guest to make the ceremonial first move. He has served in the Singapore cabinet since 2008. Before entering the cabinet, he had a distinguished career in legal practice, where he held the esteemed title of Senior Counsel of the Supreme Court of Singapore. A passionate chess enthusiast, he is the Minister of Home Affairs and Minister of Law of Singapore. Please welcome K. Shanmugam. Please. And with that, let the game begin.
All right, well, we do get e4 on the board, so hopefully we get to see some fun stuff out of the opening today. We might even get some early fireworks. We'll wait and see. We've got a French once again, a potential repeat of game number 1. Judith, Robert, I leave it over to you fine folk for the opening section of this game. Take it away.
Thank you so much, John. We do see a French defense, and Judith, I don't even need to see you to probably guess that the exchange French defense was not going to be on your radar for today's match, because that has a reputation for being quite tame. So Judith, pawns have been exchanged in the center, a repeat of game 1 in terms of the French defense trotted out by Ding. What do you make of what we're seeing just 4 moves in?
I'm just speechless, to tell you the truth. I just couldn't believe my eyes when I see this e takes d5 capturing in the center. It's like, what is this? It's game 5. The energy, the way Gukesh came into the playing hall, it was so clear to me that now it's going to be the time. It's going to be sharp. And he goes e takes d5. It is so much not Gukesh.
I'm also, Judith, trying to come up with an explanation, maybe unhappy memories of the first game's result?
No, but this is not how 18 years olds are dealing with something that, especially after that, he leveled the match, right? I mean, this is the biggest shock of the match so far for me. Like, what does Gukesh want to prove with that? Taking 3 e takes d5. Can you imagine now it's going to be the new style, the new fashion to play e takes d5 because Gukesh, the challenger, he played that. Especially if he would win the game today, it would be the new fashion.
And I see what you're saying, Judah. The youngster playing what's often called a drawish, I'm putting that in quotes, opening, but it is far from just a done deal. There will be plenty of game ahead, and it kind of resembles a Petrov defense. But as we look at the position as it currently stands, we have symmetrical pawn structure, right? There was a capture on d5, black captured back. Black is going to be that tempo behind because white moves first in the game. So we see that white has 2 minor pieces developed, black just 1 at the moment. But I think now would be a good time if we can, because Ding may settle in just to anticipate what Gukesh wants, and as soon as I say that, he makes a move, and oh, wait, it stopped on c6 for a second and then went up to c5, so this is the principal reply, Judith, where Ding, he is striking in the center. So I will hold what I was going to say for a moment. What do you make of Ding's choice now to immediately press in the center rather than playing just a tamer approach?
Very interesting way, the way he's approaching, and I don't think that Ding could be expecting e takes d5 today. But I mean, of course, it can be an interesting game. Don't misunderstand me that I think that it's going to be a draw in 15 moves. It cannot be a draw in 15 moves. But it is very unexpected for me that Gukesh went to this direction to steer it to very moderate, very solid positional game for the moment. Of course, later on, I think we are going to see an isolated pawn. White is going to capture on c5. But it is a very interesting and unexpected strategy, the way I understand Gukesh. Maybe also this is the exact reason he took on d5, because everybody was expecting that he's going to come out and make it as sharp as possible. But one thing is sure for me, that this game 5, Gukesh again made a surprise to his opponent.
Gukesh winning the opening battle, so to speak, because he is the one with the shock value. And whoa, okay, c4, that's quite a committal move in these structures, because if you look at the base of pawn chains, that's often how we try to understand how strong pawns are. The d5 pawn is the base of a chain with c4. After that, that pawn not defended by another. White's pawn structure very healthy, and white can often crack at that pawn chain with a move like b3. It's not like c4 is this overly committal decision that Gukesh or Ding are going to say, oh, it changes the nature of the game completely. But it does release the tension, Judith, and that means that when we see pawn chains, white often wants to operate in the direction of the pawn chain, heading towards the king side, and in some future, black may operate in the direction of this little mini pawn chain with b5, b4, and some queenside expansion.
Absolutely, you're correct. That I mean, black can have a very nice position on the queen side if that will be allowed by white. At the same time, we see both bishops on c1 and c2, which can be very powerful, looking towards the king side. So after black would be castling, that could be somewhere white is looking for initiative. Queen e2 check.
Judith, I heard the word initiative, and then I saw queen e2, which invites queen e7 with a queen trade on tap. But I do think that Ding may spend some time here if he has not already studied this position. And I think we should bring up an analysis board for the first time today, because queen e7 is the move you make if you think that, oh, I'll just trade queens. It should be equal. And again, I'm putting that in air quotes, Judith, because how many times have even the best players in the world made this mistake? They've been lulled into a sense of complacency. They think, okay, queen e7 and we are equal. But after queen e7 and a trade on e7, you already have one of these decisions. Do I take with the king? No, I want to take with the bishop on e7. But white is first to the only open file. And the small pluses in chess, they could have big consequences. So I think anyone would prefer to have the white side in this position. But how much is this little advantage? Can it grow? Can it become nagging? And would black be able to hold steady?
Well, it seems like Ding is not necessarily very happy about this queen e2 check, and it's a good question what Ding is going to be playing, because queen e7 is the most natural move to make, and I think bishop e6 is not something black wants, because then knight g5 can be on the board, and the white square bishop will be eliminated. So white has a very pleasant position at first. If and otherwise, what else black can do, right? Queen e7 is on the board.
Judith, bishop e6, I think, is technically playable, but clearly that's what Gukesh would have wanted, because and king takes e7. I was going to say there is this alternative of king takes and keeping the king in the center. We are entering a queenless middle game, and that means that you can then swing this rook to e8 quite quickly and castle by hand, king back to f8. So, Judith, I see the surprise on your face. I know you already stated as much, but this opening, if you told me this was Magnus Carlsen playing, I would totally believe you. He loves these little advantages on paper and then maximizing his chances. But I think we expected more ambition, at least from a tactical perspective, from Gukesh, and he has just completely thrown that in the water and said, let's get technical from the start.
Yes, I'm continuously trying to understand what is really going on here with behind Gukesh's choice. What is it that was there any game he saw by Ding Liren or any of his seconds that he knew exactly that this is the idea c5 c4 very quickly pushing the pawn, that it is someone's idea and he was hoping for this position because he has some interesting idea here that he wants to be trying out, or was it a strategy before the match started, or did they work out with Gaevsky and his team, Gukesh's team, that they are going to be making e takes d5, just shock the world by playing this and trying to play very solid? So it's I'm still trying to figure out what is behind this choice, because it is also not very much in the style of Gukesh. At the same time, of course, when you are already so much, he does have quite an experience, Gukesh, even though he's very young. He's playing also for the World Championship title match. And it means that no matter what kind of style you have to be a very rounded player, and you have to understand all kind of positions, all type of positions to be able to win a title. That's very clear. And maybe this is what Gukesh wants, that he wants to try out different things, and he wants to try out what he believes in. And sometimes it's going without queens into middle game with some strategic ideas. But I'm very curious, for example, how much is he going to be thinking here? Though we got to this position very fast, which is also quite surprising for me.
Well, Judith, I think initially believed that Gukesh was the one who surprised Ding, but look at this featured chat beneath the board. Anish also gives king takes e7 in his chessable course. So for those of you doing your homework, always researching how to improve your variations, Anish Giri, one of the most prominent opening theoreticians and one of the best players in the world, of course, he recommends king takes in the center at this early stage. And that means that Ding Liren likely prepared this variation. He's the one playing the French defense. And Gukesh, just a minute ago, Judy, he was staring away from the board. Then he went back to full concentration mode, trying to figure out what to do next. But that means that Ding Liren likely played practice games, has studied this, and maybe it's Ding who won the opening battle despite the position being queenless. And I think that White shouldn't be too unhappy. It's not like he's in any danger.
Well, I think king e7 is the move which is a very logical move, and the reason is because the rook is coming out from the corner to e8, and then king can go back to f8, and it's very optimal position set up for black. Even the king is standing better on f8 than its castling place on g8, and obviously we don't have to prove that the rook on e8 on the open file will be standing perfectly fine. And also it's very important that the d6 bishop is standing there and did not have to move back to e7, because in these positions the e5 square is key. And usually there is a fight over the e5 square. If white can stabilize the knight on e5, jumping there, and play rook e1, sometimes bring the other knight, knight d2 and f3, then white can get a little advantage. If white cannot reach the knight to go to e5, then black will develop with knight c6, also with the bishop to g4. And if black can develop all with his pieces, and then later on, as you mentioned before, playing b5, pushing pawns on the queen side, black can have a fantastic position. But of course, it's not so easy. White is going to be making moves. And this is now also it's a big question whether white is going to be giving rook e1 check and asking black whether, do you want to go move away with the king, and then we exchange the rooks, and then there will be a lot of time until black will be able to bring the other rook to e8, because he still has to develop with both of his pieces beforehand with the b8 knight and the c8 bishop. So white will be faster, bringing out the bishop to g5, bringing out the knight to d2, and bring the rook to e1. So that can speed up white's development if he can play rook e1, exchanging the rooks. And if black goes bishop e6, then we are there again where we talked before the exchange of queens, that white can always go knight g5, attacking the bishop on e6 and eliminate that. So rook e1 is the crucial move right now, I believe, though bishop g5 also makes a lot of sense to pin the knight on f6, with an idea later to play rook e1 and possibly take on f6 and double the pawns.
I feel like I just learned a ton from all of the ideas that you were mentioning. And I think that everybody at home, if you are trying to improve your own chess, you sit in a position like this and you think not just what individual move that each side should make. White could bring a knight to e5, can play rook e1 check, potentially offering an exchange of rooks, can play bishop g5, can play pawn to b3. All of these moves, they make a lot of sense, but try to sit and sort of assess where the game should go and then start playing it out. And let's play it out here. We can bring up an analysis board as Gukesh. He is trying to figure out his own plan. You mentioned rook e1 check and the fact that the rook on a8 will be slow to get back in the center. If I was understanding you correctly, that's sort of the first notion that comes to your mind is rook check, then try to bring the second rook into the game. And my question, at least while we're sitting in this position and trying to foresee the future, is does that actually lead to anything for white? Can you really try to play for an advantage from there?
This is the big question. In this structure, this very symmetrical structure, which can happen from the exchange variation in the French, as we see, it can happen from the Petrov variation. And I've been playing this structure with white for quite some time, and it was always a big question how to get advantage. But sometimes you don't even think about advantage, you're just trying to get a position where it's clearly you're pressing the opponent. And I think this part is very important, especially in a match, that the players want to press the other one. Even if they cannot win, there are a lot of games played still together with today's game, 10 games, 10 classical games they are going to be playing if it's going to be very tight all the way. And it means that they want to win the match at the end. They don't want necessarily to win the match in game 5 or out of whatever less number of games. The idea is to press the other one, to make the other one uncomfortable, to make the other one understand that I'm going to give the surprises to you, and you always have to be ready to adapt yourself to my new ideas. And this is what we've seen by Gukesh also, that in every game he comes up with all kind of different ideas. And this means that he can exhaust his opponent. And this is really the match is so this is why it is so special, because you play with the same color every second day and you have the same basic question. What are you going to be playing against the same opponent with the same preparation, which he did in several months? And this is a question. How can Gukesh, I think this is the main aim for him. He wants to get a position where it's uncomfortable for black, and he has to make a choice, spends energy, spends the time, and even if it's a draw but he can press, it means a lot. And this is also interesting, like yesterday in the press conference, Gukesh was saying some very interesting sentence which caught my ear very much when he said, talking about the game, how it went. And at the end he finished that it was a solid game, and even towards the end, I had some chances to press better. And this, I don't know what to take there, because the end of the game yesterday, I didn't feel there is not too much to press, but I felt that when Gukesh played f5, somehow he wanted to give the impression that it's equal, it's going to be a draw, but I have the upper hand. I'm just a little bit, if I want, I can maybe kind of press it, but it was not in reality. But he said something like that, and I think this is one of the main goals for the moment, to get position where he can press, where he can show that I'm maybe the one who can play more for something, not even for a win, but just to make you really uncomfortable. So I think this is the big question in this position. How can white play that it's uncomfortable for black, and he has to find some accurate moves.
Well, we're talking about how Gukesh, he wants to make his opponent uncomfortable. But as I look at these players on the camera, and typically we try to avoid talking or reading too much into body language, I think it's Gukesh who feels uncomfortable here. It's clear that he did not expect the Anish Giri recommended king takes e7 in the opening. So I'm going to go ahead. I haven't even done this once, but I have the control. I'm going to give that an exclamation point. I think it was just a really good opening understanding, preparation from Ding to bring this king out into the center. Because as we look at these two players, it was Gukesh who decided to play the exchange French. We're thinking, oh, he's the one landing the surprise. Maybe he can try to pose some serious problems to Ding, unlike game one where the French worked in the Chinese player, the world champion's favor. But look at Gukesh. He's not moving. He's spending time. As you yourself said, Judith, it's like the type of position that we don't often expect from Gukesh this early in the game. Very versatile player, can play anything under the sun, as anyone at the top really, they are well-rounded, as Gukesh said in the press conference yesterday. But this doesn't look like a player who's thrilled to be in this position, and it's because he needs to find a way to press, to get that psychological advantage, because if he doesn't, psychologically, I think that Ding is the one who is really benefiting from the situation. He's the one who played king takes e7. He's like, I don't fear any of this stuff. I've come well ready and well prepared, and I do not have a problem with my king in the center. So Judith, maybe now would be a time to just sort of analyze some specifics, try to talk about some of the details here, because Gukesh is really working hard to figure out what move to play and what strategy to operate with.
Yes, I'm completely ready to dive into some concrete ideas. At the same time, I want to say I'm not happy at all that the way Gukesh decided to play it, because I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. I mean, what's the point to play exchange variation? Let's face it, king e7 is a very logical move, what was played. So I'm actually kind of surprised if this is a surprise for Gukesh. And indeed, what you say, that it seems like maybe Gukesh is the one who got surprised by Ding's reaction. It is not Gukesh's style to play e takes d5. And you know what it reminds me? When I played with Garry Kasparov, actually it was our last game in 2002, when we played the big rapid match between Russia and the rest of the world. And I was playing against Garry. And he had a very, very strange idea, which he got the punishment for as well. He decided to play completely against his style, and he decided to play Berlin. And it is so much against his style to get swap of the queens already in move 7 or 8 and play an endgame-ish, well, basically it's a middle game, the Berlin. And I won the game. But I felt that it was kind of an easy game because I just played, developed, and I pressed, and actually it happened to be that I won the game. And sometimes it happens that players choose not the right opening for themselves. Of course, it's not the end of the world to play e takes d5. It is just so surprising seeing Gukesh choosing this line that. I mean, if we go into some concrete lines here, Gukesh is a very concrete player, right? We cannot deny that. All of us know that whatever position he's in, he's going to start calculating. Like here, probably, should I go b3? And then he starts calculating lines. Should I play rook e1? And starts calculating concrete lines. Or bishop g5, then he starts going on. Bishop e6, knight d2, knight d7, rook e1, h6, bishop h4, whatever. But he goes on with the lines. And this position is very stable for black. Just the structure itself, it is very stable for both players. So I don't know, kind of, I'm still under the shock, but probably you feel it.
First of all, Judah, I want to say what a boss you are, because you're like, oh, this time I beat Gary and it felt like an easy game. And I know you have, of course, the utmost respect for Gary. I mean, such a legend, one of the GOATs of the game. But, you know, I hear your point, ultimately, that even the best players in the world, even world champions, sometimes they pick an opening that isn't right for them. And they have studied it before, they've played it from the other side, whatever it may be, it just might not be true to their style. And for Gukesh right now, I mean, we're watching him deep in the think tank, and he, in the press conference yesterday, was compared to a young Fabiano Caruana, who is often considered like the calculator. Like when he gets a position, he can work through it as if he is a machine and just calculate all the way towards the end. But there are positions where intuition, feel, just strategizing and maneuvering are the theme. And it's not that he can't do it. Of course, Gukesh, he can play all sorts of types of chess, but he turned Ding into the chill guy. I saw Ding at the board sort of not hunched over, but leaning to the side as if he had not a worry in the world. And now Ding has left the board, and it's Gukesh who might feel all alone at this moment. And there he is. There's Ding, and oh, he's just swatting away his problems. He said, yeah, this French defense, no worries. And, you know, Ding, I think this actually is a positive moment for him, Judith, because if he can find that stability that he hasn't had with the black side, first game he did win, that's great, but it was one of those topsy-turvy games, a little nerve-wracking. And then in the third game, he played great, but then at the start, finding all the best moves, and then lost it. And here it's like, okay, I'm very, very solid, and Ding is back. Rook E1 check played. That was the principal approach, as you called for it, Judith, and we'll see how quickly Ding follows up these moments, because King F8 is possible, getting the king out of check. Bishop E6 is a very natural move to block the check, but after Bishop E6, there could be Knight G5 jumps. And so Ding does not want imbalances. We have a fully symmetrical pawn structure. Black's pawn a little extended on C4, but yeah, we just saw a rook trade, and pieces coming off the board. That doesn't mean we're just going to sign the score sheets and the players will agree to a draw, but we are having no fireworks, at least for the time being.
No, we don't see fireworks, and sorry to say, Robert, I have the feeling that we have to wait for another round probably for fireworks because it's not going to be this game, but it's going to be interesting because now I believe Bishop G5 is the move. And because if Black can play Bishop E6, H6, Knight D7, or Knight C6, Black is just having a fantastic position, and it's probably even Black who we would say that we would pick because it's just very pleasant. But now White has to be very sharp and trying to take the advantage. He just played Bishop G5, is the most obvious move, immediately threatening to capture on F6 and grab the H7 pawn after all. So Black will not allow this. And if Black has to play Knight BD7, it means that he has to block the bishop. And then already White can bring the knight to D2 most likely, and then Rook E1. So it seems like now it's the moment where White can take the initiative, and so this is now the moment where it starts to get interesting. Also, Knight E4, we can say that it would be a logical reaction by Black. But I believe that after Knight E4, the first thing I would want to see, is it possible to take Bishop takes E4, capture, and after that to play Knight D2, attacking both of the pawns, the E4 and the C4. And then if White can win the pawn, that's important. So this is a very important thing, that if Black cannot go Knight E4. So Knight BD7 is played, it's on the board, and I'm expecting very clearly Knight BD2 in the next move. So the question is whether can Black consolidate his pieces in the next 3 to 5 moves.
My first take is the answer should be yes, and Ding's speed, I think, gives me more confidence in the harmony of Black's setup. I know the bishop on c8 is unhappy. Gukesh, he is examining the board and trying to come up with a plan that, can give him some chances. We know he's a very ambitious player, but Ding, I mean, he is cool. as a cucumber right now, just really locked in, using that repertoire. I know Anish has been posting recap videos. I'm sure he's already made his, and he'll just say, go look at my course. That's all you need to do. I've already written the book on this opening. But John, I know you're out there. You've been watching this opening. It's not the drama necessarily that we thought we'd get, maybe a sharper game. But are you as surprised as we are to see the players in a queenless position, also one pair of rooks off the board, and just one open file, and not too much, at least direct action for the moment?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Robert. I think I'm used to seeing the queens off the board and playing these queenless middle games that can still produce really exciting positions. But when you have the rooks off the board as well in a symmetrical pawn structure like this, it does make that significantly less likely. So it's particularly interesting that Gukesh has chosen to go for the exchange. Ironically, at my very not lofty level of chess, I play the exchange myself because my coach once said to me, we need to really sort out your opening repertoire, John, but we're going to leave the French for last because your results in the exchange have been pretty good. I beat up a couple of 2000 players with it, but unfortunately that's because you have to sit tight till move 50 and wait for a mistake to come in. It's not the most exciting and not the most ambitious. So it's interesting that Gukesh is choosing it as a weapon here. I would never have expected it. One fun thing, though, is that this game is following a recent European game between Damjanovic and Kramer. And the reason why this is interesting is because that game was only played 12 days ago. So there is a bit of me here wondering whether or not Gukesh and Ding are aware that this has been played in recent history. Judith, you expressed a lot of surprise, of course, that this opening, okay, we're not expecting it necessarily at a World Championship or even today, but do you think maybe they're aware that it's been played elsewhere fairly recently?
I'm pretty sure that they are aware of it, because already for more than a decade, 2 decades, we are always checking new games, and especially on a pretty good and talented players. So it is something that they are following, and but here what will be very important, how much Gukesh will understand the position. And of course it becomes concrete, because now he played knight bd2, so now white is in development, in advantage in development, and so maybe Gukesh will be able to have a position where he can press.
Okay, well, we will find out whether or not there is the ability to press here moving into the middle game. Maybe we've seen some improvements in the future continuations on the board here. For now, we are moving towards our first break of the day. But before we do, we'd like to remind you that we have an excellent collaboration with the ChessUp team, because as seen on Shark Tank, ChessUp have returned with ChessUp 2. It's an electronic board that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. It's got built-in Wi-Fi and, importantly, chess.com compatibility. It carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to millions of players in the online chess community, without losing your unique experience and feel for over-the-board chess. So if you fancy it, this Black Friday savings week, you can get $70 off your ChessUp 2. Just head over to go.chess.com/ChessUp2 or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. In the meantime, we are hopping into our first break of the day. The position is very much equal, but plenty of life left in it yet. We'll see if the players choose to swap off more pieces after this break.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
The FIDE World Chess Championship tradition goes back to 1886, when Wilhelm Steinitz became the first official world chess champion after defeating Johannes Zukertort as the first player to achieve 10 wins. Nearly 150 years later, the core tradition endures. The challenger must beat the reigning champion to claim the throne. 18-year-old Gukesh secured his place by winning the candidates, and now gets a shot at winning the title in a head-to-head battle against the reigning champion Ding. They will face each other in up to 14 classical games that can last up to 7 or even 8 hours, with a time control of 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game with 30 seconds increment added from move 41 and on. Only one game is played per day, with rest days after game 3, 6, 9, and 12. The player who first scores 7.5 points or more wins the title. If the match is tied 7-7 after 14 games of classical chess, the match goes to playoff. Regardless of how the match is decided, it's bound to be a treat for chess fans worldwide.
We're back with more of the action from round 5 of the FIDE World Chess Championship live from Sentosa in Singapore. The world champion Ding Liren and the challenger Gukesh Dommaraju currently locked horns in battle in what looks like a fairly quiet middle game so far, with more pieces coming off the board. The question will be whether there are any twists and turns to make this game potentially spice up in the coming moves. Grandmasters Judith Polgar, Grandmaster Robert Hess, I leave that task in your very capable hands.
Thank you, John. We have a nice view here of Ding Liren, the world chess champion, as he takes on his young challenger, Gukesh Dommaraju. Gukesh aiming to be the youngest world champion, the unified world champion in history. So, Judith, we have seen a tame opening. We are in this position, 14 moves in. Now Ding is spending some time just trying to play the accurate continuations. But you and I were both surprised, given Gukesh's nature, being a calculator, liking ambitious choices. Instead, the queens are off. We're into a position where there is only one open file. It's not exactly clear where winning attempts are going to come from, but we know that for Ding, he wants to remain solid here, and that's why he is spending his time at this moment.
Yes, in this position, there are not going to be very concrete and sharp things for some time. At the same time, time element in chess, it is very important. How fast can you bring your pieces into the center, into open files? And now Gukesh will be able to do that, because next move is definitely very inviting for white, whatever black is going to be playing probably, to bring his rook to e1 and then very quickly occupy the square e5 with his knight. And if he can do that, then there is a good chance that it's not so easy to develop with the black pieces. So right now, Ding is thinking, I believe, how to develop his pieces. His a8 rook is not developed yet. His c8 bishop is not developed yet. And the two knights, d7 and f6, they are protecting each other. The d6 bishop, of course, stands optimally, the best place in the position for black to have the bishop there, controlling the e5 for temporary time, because knight e5 will be something that it's coming. So the question is for black, I believe, first of all, should he be playing h6? And asking the bishop there, where are you going? Which probably will not be moving away, but white is having the intermediate move, giving a check on e1 with the rook. Then the question is with the king, where are you going to be moving? Most likely, or at first, king f8 seems to be the more logical move, because in that sense, when the c8 bishop is clearing a way for the rook from a8, then the a8 rook can be playing to the open file. So this is the first question, whether is he going to be playing h6, trying to push away the bishop, or is he going to play immediately b6, try to develop with the bishop from c8, or what else can he be going for? There's not so much of an option for black, but I feel that it can be inconvenient right now.
I'm with you, and I think Ding also agrees, and that's why he is spending time in this position. And I want to just kind of overall picture mention a few things. That rook e1 check is like pre-movable. You know that's coming. But the good thing for black is if that rook does come to the center, the only open file, that encourages black to play on the queen side, because the rook on a1 is actually annoying for black in many positions. If white were to play b3 and black plays b5, then you get an a4. Oftentimes these positions can get out of hand if you're not careful, because black lacks development with this rook and this bishop. So h6 to me, Judith, I think we now can bring up an analysis board. That does feel like a good decision, because in many positions I feel like black doesn't mind a ruined pawn structure on the king side, but you will mind if the h7 pawn drops at the end. So h6 takes away that issue for the rest of the game, or at least for the foreseeable future. And if we do bring our king to f8, I think the bishop is going to retreat to h4. And now the question, Judith, is do you play g5? Or, as I was saying with the rook on e1, maybe now's the time for black to just expand on the queen side, because white's attention is distracted or focused in the center. Maybe black can say, now is the time to press forward on the flank that you just vacated.
I fully agree with you that b5 is something to look for black, because it's a very energetic move. It has a plan for later to play b4, but not only that, just to gain space and make space for the bishop to develop. But also I was thinking that maybe knight h5 can be an interesting try, with the idea that black can play in the next move g5 and get rid of the black square bishop. Also on f4, it's a nice spot for the knight. There is another idea also for black. Instead of knight h5, after h6 bishop h4, there is a new idea, weakness for white on f4. So maybe bishop f4 is also something to consider. Though probably after bishop f4 is also interesting, because white cannot go knight e5 because of the d2 knight has to be protected. And it means that I stop white from making very active move for the moment. And g5 I can be playing later on, and knight h5. But so bishop f4 can be an unpleasant move, kind of. And white cannot go g3 to push me away, because after that already bishop d2, and the h4 bishop gets in trouble after g5. So probably after bishop f4, white's best move is to play bishop g3 and kind of exchanging the pair of bishop. But when we change pieces in such a position, we are getting less and less tension in the game. For example, knight g4 is something to consider it right here. It's not unusual that black, for example, is not so active, but he's going to be playing knight e8, for example, bringing the other knight to f6 and the e8 knight to d6, for example. It's true that the e5 square will be giving away, but it's there anyway for white. So there are some alternatives to play with black, and I think this is what Ding is thinking about. He knows exactly that if he plays the accurate moves, there shouldn't be a big problem for black, and it is very close to equalization, or it is an equal position. But definitely he has to understand it very well, and he has the time, so there is nothing against it that he spends a lot of time at this point, because it is a very important moment, I think, right here for black.
Yeah, and sometimes, little pawn pushes, you really have to weigh correctly if the inclusion is worth it, if it's beneficial, or if it puts a pawn on a worse square. H6 is such a natural move. You attack a bishop. You also get out of the sight of this bishop on c2, which is important in many positions, because the sight of double pawns on the f-file is not the worst thing in the world. In fact, having the pair of bishops is very valuable in these types of endgames where you have play on both sides of the board, but you definitely wouldn't want that if the h7 pawn were to drop. That feels like something that you forget about it for one turn, and then you really remember when your opponent throws their h-pawn, their remaining pawn, later, just to go to the other side. So h6, that's my first instinct as well, Judith. I think Ding, if he were playing a bullet game of chess, he would have played it instantly, but he is just making sure that maybe that tempo is important, and he should immediately play a pawn push to b5 if that's where his attention takes him, and maybe play b4. So many different ideas. It's not about the individual moves. We keep kind of harping on this point, but Ding is trying to come up with the correct idea and execute it in the right order.
Yes, exactly. But I think h6, I just don't see the drawback of that. I think only black can win with the fact that if the bishop is moving away from g5 to h4. And you're saying that, yeah, it's not such a big deal necessary to have a double pawn, double f pawn. But somehow many people don't like double pawns, you know? It just looks ugly, and it can be unpleasant. And to tell you the truth, I don't even remember games in this kind of position where, let's say, they ended up, or not so many games from the Petrov or this, where someone played h6 and after that moved away and allowed bishop f6, gf6. Though it doesn't seem to be too bad at all, because after the exchange on f6, first of all, black will never have a problem to see a knight on e5, right? So that is something very, very good for black. At the same time, having the double pawns, sometimes it has no problem, but some players just hate to have double pawns.
It's funny, Judith. I feel like when I play, I hate having double pawns, but when I commentate, I'm like, oh, that's your problem. You deal with it. I don't have to suffer any of the consequences. And I think just to sort of show people, I'm going to quickly put a variation. We're not expecting it to happen, but just what that looks like, because it could be hard to visualize, that if these double pawns appear, one of the main points is that the e5 square is under control. This would have been a suboptimal move order from black, but you take away the e5 square. But when you have double pawns, always look at the square in front of the double pawns. And here it's f5, and white can reroute this knight f1, knight up to e3, and then have great control of that square. And the reason why we talk about squares in front of double pawns is how do you actually cover squares best? You use a pawn, because a knight or a bishop isn't going to be within distance of a pawn, as it will capture a more valuable piece. But when you have double pawns, you cannot fight for the square in the same way, and that's why it's kind of ill-advised just to automatically accept the double pawns. And here you would pay a price because black's pawn structure also is not ideal. This d5 pawn, we talked about it earlier, it's the base of a chain. It's actually quite easy to approach that, and knight f1, knight e3 is one of the simple ways to do so. So we're talking sort of broad strokes. I'm not encouraging Ding to double his own pawns here, but actually maybe some variations, there will be a time and place, especially if there's a knight on e5 already, where you take back with a tempo against that knight. So it's sort of the big picture. I don't expect Ding to make a move like knight f8. It would be bad. He knows that. He is not going to do that. But Judah, I think, as we kind of were highlighting before, h6, it feels automatic. So what else do you feel like is an alternative here? Because, I don't know, I really see that as the move in the position.
Well, it's king f8 is also something to consider immediately. And wait white if he's going to go rook e1, because after king f8, rook e1, already b5 is, as you pointed out not long time ago, that when the rook is on e1, b5 can be played in maybe with better circumstances. But of course, black has to be aware of different kind of ideas, rook e1, knight e5, b3, trying to break up the center. And also it's very important for black to be alert about the possible unexpected things, though there is not too many unexpected things in this position because the ideas are quite limited. But also, for example, at some point, I think black should be aware of it, maybe even bishop a4 at some point, being very concrete, but I think that should be pretty slow. So yeah, h6 is the most logical move, but we can also think about it. What happens if black just develops to play? Though I'm not sure, can black play b5 immediately?
We have the ability to use the analysis board, so let's do that. b5. This is one of those moves where you gain space, but you also bring your pawns closer to the enemy. So not at this moment, but a4 in a timely fashion can be painful. So at b5, I guess what would the potential drawback be? Rook e1 and knight e5?
Well, after a4, I think for the moment black can play b4, and he can be quite happy about it for this pawn structure. So I would not play a4. I would indeed think about rook e1 first, or knight e5 possible as well immediately. But let's say check first, very logical. King goes to f8, and then knight e5. So this is kind of seems to be the optimal position for white. And this is a question whether what is this for black? What happens if black just plays bishop b7? Can he play bishop b7, or bishop b7 is already a blunder because knight takes d7, knight takes d7, and bishop can take on h7 because g6 trapping the bishop is not possible to bishop h6 mate.
Not a checkmate you see every day, but really important for people who castle queenside, because oftentimes you think that pawn is untouchable and the king is sort of in a castle queenside position, and then you get checkmated like this and you regret everything you've just done.
Well, of course, taking a pawn on h7, it's always tricky, as Fischer took it against Spassky in, what was it, game 1 or game 2?
Game 1, right? He forfeited
game 1,
game 2.
I think, yeah. Game 1, he took on h2 and got a big surprise over there. But so this is why when it comes to something concrete, this is why we talk about h6, right? That in a very unexpected way, that pawn can be grabbed. So let's go back. And if we go back just a few moves before, like b5, exactly, knight e5. So bishop b7 is not possible for concrete reasons. But maybe h6 here is possible, and there is nothing wrong with that. But then already white is not going to be going to h4, but probably white is going to f4. And immediately threatening with some tactics because the d6 bishop is under attack. So these are the reasons why it's very important right now for Ding to think about it, to play h6 in advance immediately, or he has time for playing it in a later stage.
And Judith, this type of position, I would say that if there was no evaluation bar to the left of the board, I would think that black's almost lost. Like this, how this position looks, because you're so far behind in terms of that rook on e8 is not in the center. There are all sorts of tactics. You never want to take, you can't take on e5 with a knight, of course. You lose control and you get forked. If you take with a bishop, then it's 2 bishops advantage for white on an open board. That's bad news. But I'm going to look, because I don't really see what the move is. Bishop b8. Come on. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's a typical thing. It's a typical engine thing that you think as a human that, well, after bishop f4, it's this huge advantage for white. And then the engine says, cold-blooded, bishop b8, no problem for black.
And look at this, Judith. Knight f1, if you're trying to go for this d5 pawn eventually. Knight g8 is one of the top moves. Knight g8 is what's recommended. So you're just putting all your pieces, kind of Fischer random style, chess 960, freestyle, whatever you want to call it these days, just putting them on the back rank, and somehow black is just fine.
But this is the secret in this position, these type of positions. I had quite a few games like that I think I have a great development and fantastic. I have my knight on e5. And in these positions, I played with Yusupov, who was an expert in these kind of structures in the Petrov and others. They just go back knight g8. They go back knight e8. And everything is protected. And then within 2-3 moves, we simplify the position and it's equal. So it is very typical that even when you reach knight to e5, king on f8 is just the best spot for the king because of knight g8 possibilities, because knight e8 is protected, because quite a few things. And this can be done by black because the structure is so strong and so healthy that these quiet passive moves, temporary passive moves, it can be afforded by black. because once it regroups to e7, black can go f6, king f7, and there were so many games where you see these kind of regroupings, playing f6, king f7, and later on black comes out with other pieces, simplifies, and it becomes a draw. But this is the big question, whether, how and when they can do that.
It's funny, Judith, because you mentioned the legendary Artur Yusupov, and there's so many luminaries of the game. They're just so good at retreating their pieces because they understand that that's what is necessary to take a step backwards before moving on elsewhere. So this position, though, if Ding Liren is calculating and he's trying to visualize the future, this is not what you want. And even I see the engine saying it's just slightly better for white. Nobody wants this. And compare this position that we have on the analysis board. I'm just going to go back to the alternative. When you play h6 right away and you get rook e1 check, king f8, bishop h4, like even if you play b5 here, it looks better because your pawn's already on h6. So after knight e5, there is no ability to win an h7 pawn. Bishop b7 not forced, by the way, at the moment, for everyone wondering. And your knight h5 idea still comes to mind, to play g5 next. Like, why would you wait a turn to allow the bishop to f4, which is clearly a better diagonal, versus kicking it right away? And it may not seem like the most important thing in the world, but sometimes it is essential to force a piece to a worse diagonal or a worse square for the time being, and then proceed with your ultimate plan, which is b5 and maybe an eventual b4 if you get the time for it.
Yes, and here, for example, if black continues bishop b7, white can also play bishop g3, but I believe after bishop g3, bishop e7 can be played.
Mm-hmm.
Which after maybe bishop f5, putting pressure, trying to force black to capture on e5, so white can be taking it possibly with the pawn.
But I guess they're knight h5 again.
Then knight h5, yeah. I have a great square with the knight on d4, but this is too much. No, this is too optimistic. So maybe bishop f5 is not the best move.
It's frustrating when the direct plans, attacking a piece is the wrong move, but it also actually goes to show, which is very important for me, is that at some point black can and will take on e5, because in many positions, and just to sort of go back here, taking on e5 with the bishop, nobody really wants to do that, giving away the bishop pair. Taking with the knight will never really be a thing because you walk into a fork, and yes, for everyone watching, there is a temporary pin down here, but that's not going to do the trick, because once you play a move like, say, knight to f3, you protect your rook, and then white will win one of these minor pieces. So taking on e5, not available often, but when it can happen, it can be very dangerous because white can forget about that possibility sometimes.
Yes, indeed. So, but bishop e7 is good for that reason also, that
yes.
Black sometimes wants to exchange on e5. So these are the alternatives, and these are the outcomes which can happen after h6 or without h6. Black plays b5. Of course, king f8, as we discussed, that's also possible. But for the moment, I believe, though I don't know, can Black play knight h5 just for the fun of it to try it?
Starting with knight h5 or including h6?
No, knight h5 immediately.
Is h7 hanging in some of these positions because of check and that same little checkmate? Taking
I was thinking here to play g6.
Okay, check.
Knight g7, and I thought I will be playing knight f6 next.
Ah, and I'll play knight g5 to respond to that. So, okay, knight g5 to start with maybe, just to get...
Knight f6.
Oy, 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 what a mess this is. Are you going to play knight g4? Ah.
You never know.
You've forced white to contort himself in all sorts of knots, and now it feels very weird with bishop f4 and knight g4. And I see the evaluation bar saying that white is better, but I mean, this is scary stuff to trap your own bishop. As you mentioned, Bobby Fischer learned that lesson in his World Championship match against Boris Spassky.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting position, how to get out, how to rescue those bishops from there, or if you cannot rescue them, how to continue, right?
What a very weird setup. I guess knight g4 is such a strong threat, I'll deal with that first. And if bishop f4, I do have knight over to f3, and I'm holding everything on for the moment, but I don't feel super confident or comfortable with it.
I just thought with black to play bishop d7, to play slowly.
I wasn't expecting you just to calmly sacrifice a pawn and then just move on from there, but I see your ultimate point that, I mean, this is a permanent problem. So even trading rooks will be possible for black because white in some positions will be playing down a minor piece. So for everyone watching, you're up a pawn as white. You grabbed h7, but later on, that could be a problem that your bishop is so sidelined over there that then black can focus on the queen side, and I think that's exactly what you're indicating, is you can even just play down the b file, and white's pieces are so awkward.
And I want to remind you that we have this evil bar on the side, and we are still looking and analyzing this position, partly because it shows that white has a clear advantage. And I think none of us see really why is that true, right? Or do you see it why white is better?
I don't see it. No, I see that white's up a pawn, but I'm scared because the bishop's trapped on h7.
So the reason I'm saying this, because the players don't have this. Nobody is standing next to them or giving a hint that you have a good position. So search, go, calculate because you have a good position. But contrary, we don't know. And they don't know. So you can give up analyzing and go further in any of the lines because you just have your intuition and you say, no, this cannot be good, or I don't see why is it good. Otherwise, the people would be standing there and saying, yeah, there is something I should analyze and go back and forth and look and find. But we have h6 on the board.
I actually want to kind of echo your sentiments there, because I think one of the keys at the higher levels of chess, and even when you're starting out, is you need to be skeptical. And oftentimes beginners, they question their own moves, but forget to question their opponent. So let's say you're just starting out and you're worried, oh, am I going to blunder this? Am I going to do that? Sometimes your opponent also blunders. So don't just trust your opponent. You have to calculate. And there is not infinite time unless you're playing daily chess without any sort of time limit. But for these players, right, that h7 pawn, maybe it could have been grabbed. The engine backs it up. But I think most of us, we are like, no way. I'm not getting my bishop trapped over there. In many ways, doing a Bobby Fischer on the chessboard is a great thing, but there's so many awesome attacking games and some fantastic strategic decisions and beating the best players 6-0 in matches. But then there's that famous bishop takes h2 where it's like, okay, don't bite off more than you can chew. But I think that what I'm trying to get at, Judah, is that you have to calculate it. Like, you don't just want to throw it away and pretend like it doesn't exist. You really want to dive deeply when you have the time. And that was a great position for people to analyze on their own, to say, how would white extricate that bishop? Is that even possible? What's the deal there, and why would white be better? What can we do to try to sort of improve white's position, or is it going to backfire? And you can even, sit at home on a board and have somebody, if you're working with a training partner, look in engine to see how to respond. But those type of positions are really valuable for players trying to improve their own chess, because it looks like it's something that's impossible, but always be skeptical. There may be something in it.
Well, to be critical and be self-critical is one of the key elements in growth for a chess player. And this is why the players have to always be very critical and analytical about their games to understand themselves better and to be able to avoid the same mistakes and look for new opportunities, new ideas. Now, while we are talking, I'm watching the diagram on the screen, the position, and I thought, maybe it's a smart thing by Gukesh, not giving rook e1 check and still keeping the tension. And his idea might be, like, one of the ideas could be that if black plays bishop f4, I think we touched this after rook e1, king f8, bishop h4, just as an option for black. But I think here it would be not very good for black. And the reason is because the bishop stands, bishop stands great on d6 when black plays b5, and after a4 he can go b4. So if now bishop f4 happens on the board, then b3 would be already much more powerful, because if black gives up the center with cb3 we don't have to discuss because that's a clear game for white, right? A takes b3. Suddenly the a1 rook is very active. Also c4 is as an option for white, breaking in the center. Bishop can improve its position, bishop d3. So we don't talk about this right now. But I want to point out that after b3, the most logical continuation for black is b5, which after a4 can be the next move. And a6 is not possible because of the a5, right? There is a pin. So after a4, black can be maybe in kind of little trouble because black has to give up the tension. Of course, b takes a4 is not a move because white is going to be capturing the bc4, and white will be in trouble because losing the other pawn anyway. But black has to play c takes b3 after a4. And now it's a question whether white has an advantage or not really. Let's say bishop b3. And I don't know what black should be doing. Taking on a4, or can black go bishop a6?
Ooh, that's, was not a move I expected, but bishop a6 just protecting and developing. And Judith, I'm going to ask a quick question here. It looks like a position where at first white should be better. You're going to get an active rook on its starting square, but we also have outside pass pawn potential for black, right? The change in pawn structure, it favors white in some ways, but also favors black in others.
Absolutely, and that's why if there is nothing concrete after bishop a6, then black can easily be completely fine, because once white captures a takes b5, then bishop on b5 would be standing great, and getting ready to play a5, a4, exactly. And also sometimes after g5 to go knight b6 and control the c4 square weakness as well. So this is something, an option that the position would be open up on the queen side after bishop f4.
So many possibilities here, and that's what happens when there are quiet positions. It means you can often explore more avenues, whether it's the king side or the queen side, because there are not so many direct threats. So Ding, he has been studying this position. He's actually well behind on the clock, 25 minutes. We've been discussing lines, and suddenly he is down nearly half an hour, but the position, because it's not one where he may have to save his king or worry about an attack, that maybe he is willing to invest the time now because moves in the future might be a bit easier. And for these players, we mentioned it, you can see the results that when Gukesh has the white pieces, the games have been decisive, and that's not only important for the scoreboard and the storyline, but when you talk about the prize fund for this event, winning doesn't only get you points on the scoreboard, it also gets you some money. A lot of pocket change there. So yeah, it's great to note that these players have many incentives to fight.
Yes, the prize fund is $2.5 million, I think, or is it euro? I'm not sure. But there is big money at stake. At the same time, we can say that the players don't care about money at this stage. They want pride. They want to win. They want to stay or become the world champion, because nothing else counts in this and the upcoming 1.5 weeks, what is ahead of us.
It's true. They are focused on the ultimate prize, which is the World Championship title. Ding Liren looking to retain that. But let's watch this video explaining how the prize fund works.
The World Chess Championship is the most lucrative event for a chess player. The total prize fund is a hefty $2.5 million, where the distribution depends on the outcome of the match. Here's how it will be distributed. Each winning classical brings direct rewards, as a one game is worth $200,000. If the match is decided without a playoff, the remaining prize money will be split evenly between the two players. If the match goes to tiebreaks, the winner will cash in $1.3 million, while the runner-up will take home $1.2 million.
Huge prizes up for grabs, but right now the players have pretty much everything but that on their mind. But it is cool to see that the players, they will be compensated well for this match. And for Gukesh. He is extremely young, and ooh, I was about to talk about his demeanor and his poise, but look at this, Judith. Knight h5. That was your suggestion, and I'm going to guess that you're happy with Ding's last move because he's trying to secure himself a pair of bishops.
This is a very typical plan of for Black to play Knight h5, and it's one of the main plans to have the square of f4 for the knight. This is very important, but at least as important to think about playing g5 in the next move and get rid of this black square bishop after bishop g3, capturing it, or only after that to play knight f4 and keep the knight there. So white can have problems with his bishop on h4 in these kind of positions. That's true. Very clear.
Yeah, sorry about that, Juju, but it's true that this bishop, it's immediately coming under fire. And I guess maybe this is not the moment to ask this question, but I'll do it anyway. Is there a time, do you feel like at some point Ding could consider playing for more? We just played the video on the prize fund. Again, $200,000 per win. That's a lot of money. They're not thinking about that. They're just trying to beat the player in front of them and find the best moves at each and every turn. But Judith, if you had this position and you were facing off against another really strong grandmaster, do you get the sense that you'd rather have the white pieces or the black pieces if you were trying to win?
It's not such an easy question. At first, of course, I think white should be the person to play for advantage, because g5, after all, okay, it can be pushed back my bishop to g3 and you may eliminate my bishop. At the same time, the e5 square is still can be important from white side. And after g5, you should also not forget that there is going to be a weakness of black, the f5, which can be exploited in different ways. One of them is to play knight f1 and then knight e3, attacking the d5 pawn, and also eventually showing up with the knight on f5, especially if black is going to be playing g5 in the position.
Just to show exactly what you're talking about, let's say we take with the pawn, knight e3 hits d5, also f5. So it's not just double pawns where you have to look at squares. When you push your pawn, think about the squares that are left behind, and the square next to a pawn is often accessible to your opponent's pieces. And next to the d5 pawn is the e5 square. We keep talking about that. And now that you play g5, and may want to go back to g6 once the bishop disappeared, you can't do that. Pawns don't move backwards in this game.
No. That's another game. We don't know what it's called, but it's not this one.
You gave the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag there. Said, not in my house. No, none of that for you.
No. So it's a big question, what is this? Because, of course, in the closed positions, we say that the bishop pair is not so valuable as if it would be an open position. And if, let's say, we want to make some moves, of course, black's ideal setup could be moving the knight to f8, playing bishop e6, then coming back with the knight, or even playing f6, king f7, very typical, and also at some point to play h5. At the same time, of course, white is also going to be playing and moving around. If f6, already immediately knight e3, so the black knight has to move to b6 to defend the d5 pawn. And white can go g4, for example. I think it's a very promising move, g4, with the idea to play g3, king g2, rook h1. And that can be very, very promising. And then later on, before going to f5 with the knight, to play bishop f5, exchanging the white square bishop, and then bring only the knight to f5. And this would be kind of very difficult for black.
Strategic disaster.
This bar on the side, is just ruining the party. I mean, in this position, I would just say white has a huge advantage, exchanging the bishop, knight f5, g3, king g2, rook h1, and everybody would believe us.
Well, I think white does have a huge advantage, at least on practical terms, but this goes to show why double pawns are an issue, because even if white does win the h6 pawn, Judith, I think we can acknowledge that there's not such a clear way to proceed from there. So even if you do get this pawn, I'm just going to sort of force that. I don't want to play passively with bishop f8, though maybe that's also okay. But I'm just trying to illustrate the point that if you take actually somehow black is now much better, but I guess it's because knight a4 and b5 and black is ready just to storm the queen side. But I was just trying to say, even if I don't have this immediate idea from black, h6 may not be the most valuable pawn in the position.
Yes, but actually it is interesting that we wanted just to demo online to prove that the f5 square, how vulnerable it can be and painful for black. Having the knight on d6, so I just said, okay, knight b6, because poor knight has to go to b6 to defend the d5. And eventually we see that actually it's a great spot for the knight. If it can show up on a4 and after that to play b5, b4. And there is an incredible counterplay. It's not only just a counterplay, but actually white can get in huge problems after knight a4. And b5, b4 is just unstoppable.
And again, we're going to be like, how is this only slightly better for black? We keep sort of seeing new variations unfold, and it does seem like the side that was worse is suddenly better, but how much better is really the huge question that is going to swirl around in any analyst's head. So this would be a disaster for Gukesh. Of course, we took liberties, we went down variations and a little bit of a rabbit hole, but in general, I think the idea is really, really important that g5 does weaken the f5 square, and that's why you have to calculate, not just play off the cuff when you're pushing pawns like this, because then you leave that square behind. And for Gukesh, he needs to figure out his current move. Is it going to be b3, which we've mentioned? Is it going to be rook e1 check? Is it going to be head start, knight f1? Let's invite g5. We're not afraid of that. But ultimately, I do think that Ding, he is playing a nice game from the black side thus far, and so he shouldn't be feeling anything but content with his position.
Yes, I think black is doing fine. And black, basically, what is sometimes when you're not sure what to play, it gives you self-confidence. I think you know that you didn't do anything really wrong, and black didn't do anything wrong, and the structure is very hard to crack. So now the big question is for me: what is Gukesh going to be doing with his bishop on h4? Like, what's the plan? If he's ready to go rook e1 and knight e5 immediately, or actually this move, let's say rook e1, can we bring up our analyzing board and discuss? Because there's also another idea. If rook e1, king f8, knight e5, it's not only g5 what is possible. What about taking knight takes e5 now, and after d takes e5 to go bishop c5? Controlling that important d4 square. And suddenly the bishop from c8 is going to be developing. Knight f4 is always there, but I can wait. I have an option to play later g5, so to exchange the black square bishop for my knight, but there is no rush.
It's a really good illustration, Judith, of oftentimes we've been not dismissing knight takes e5, but it was impossible to take on e5. But knight h5 from black stops white from playing this plan. So it sort of shows that every single position has nuances that we need to take into consideration, because just a half step ago, if this knight were still on f6, this would be losing for black. You just walked into a fork, you lose a minor piece. But with the knight already on h5, you can get away with the capture in the center. So many possibilities at play here. Gukesh, he is trying to work through these possibilities and figure out what future he wants. He's young, his bright future is just getting started in the chess world. And John, I know you're sitting there looking at this position, wondering what will happen next, who is going to be playing for a win. So what have you been watching and enjoying as you've been seeing the action unfold?
I think what I've taken away from what we've been talking about today so far is that let's put the cards on the table. We've played an opening in this World Championship match that on the surface, people are going, oh, symmetrical pawn structures, this looks really drawn. But taking a look at the analysis, watching the lines that you guys have been putting through the analysis board, Judith, it's given me like a renewed appreciation of all of the different subtleties in a position that you have to take into account. If you just sit back and go, oh, this looks quite equal, I don't need to worry about it, you can go from an equal to a worse or losing position almost as quickly as you can blink. So the amount that the players need to calculate and the positional subtlety that they need to appreciate here is still absolutely huge.
Yes, it is the case. Even though the evaluation, I think it is true that it's pretty much equal. But indeed, it is very important to understand the nuances and the very small details of the position in order to be able to keep the balance. And at the same time, there are a lot of lines you can calculate. As we showed that there are a lot of actions can happen on the board, even structure changes, which can lead to a different evaluation at the end. Here in these kind of positions, this is what we're going to see, that what happens after a structure change, what has been the difference before, and we have to be very analytical about it. And this is why also I love chess. Of course, I love chess because it's beautiful moves, because it's actions, because it's tactics, because it's beauty. But at the same time, it can be some very small, the smallest details which makes the difference. And in this position, I think this is the case. It's very small changes. If only one piece, one pawn moves, then it can change everything. And also it requires a lot of attention from the players. Like every move seems at first, oh, it doesn't matter if I play h6 including it or not. I play knight h5 first, I play king f8 first. It doesn't matter, I can make here and there. It's never here and there. You have to be very accurate in order not to blunder and not to make weaknesses and not to make moves which actually gives a strategic and positional advantage to your opponent.
Moves that could seem innocuous might actually be troublesome for your position later on if you don't give them due consideration, and that's exactly why both Gukesh and Ding are settling in, properly understanding as much as they can about the position before considering their next move. But they're not the only ones that are going to be playing chess live into December of this year. Plenty of other top players are going to be going to the Champions Chess Tour finals, and that's interesting for you guys watching the broadcast today, because if you're watching remotely and you're not out in Singapore, you can head out to Norway to check out the Champions Chess Tour finals yourself. So they will be gathering in Oslo, Norway from the 17th of December to the 21st, and that's inclusive of Magnus, Alireza, and MVL, 8 of chess's greatest titans. And along with the high stakes and high caliber action over the chessboard, you can also get tickets to have perks like hand and brain, simul displays, photo opportunities with the players, and a whole bunch more. So if that sounds like something that you're interested in, hit !CCT finals in the chat or visit go.chess.com/CCT finals 24 to secure your tickets now. For now, though, we're going to be going to a quick break. All square in Singapore at the moment, but plenty of subtleties to consider as we navigate through this middle game. Round 5 continues after these.
All right, well, we're here with Grandmaster Vishy Anand. We're going to ask him the questions that everyone's been thinking. Now we get to ask Vishy, are you helping Gukesh?
I'm going to lie about that.
Okay, but are you helping him maybe with his white openings?
The way he's playing them, I feel like saying yes, but I'm still going to lie about that.
Okay, but maybe you're helping him with something. Are you carrying his luggage for him?
No.
Are you pressing his shirts?
No.
Are you cooking his meals?
For his sake, I hope not.
Okay, but are you rooting for him?
Yeah, all right.
All right. Vishy Anand, he's become more of a fan, and we're going to see how everything plays out. Thanks for your time, Vishy.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow,
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
We're in LA. Today's the day that the Jaime Jaquez Jr. bot comes out on chess.com. Jaime, we love you. We love the heat. We open up chess.com app, choose Jaime Jaquez Jr. right there. We got a scotch, but he's playing main line. Wow. Oh my God, I just wanted my rook with check. Classic Jaime. Oh, that's actually a great chess talk. Like, oh, this is some of the best dialogue I've actually ever seen. But unfortunately for Jaime, so is defeat. And just like that, play Jaime Jaquez Jr.'s bot on chess.com. Peace out.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Welcome back to round number 5 of the FIDE World Championship. King F8 is now on the board, but only after a double-digit minute think. Robert, we were talking about this on the analysis board. I feel like I don't need to underline the point, but even though the position is equal, if all roads led to Rome, you should be able to blitz out a finish here, and that obviously isn't the case. Both players have been taking their time deciding where to maneuver and why, in case some subtlety of move order, anything gives them an advantage that they can use to try and squeeze out of the endgame.
If they didn't blitz the end of yesterday's game when there was really no life left in the position, they certainly will not be playing their moves instantly in this one. And there is plenty left to discuss. This is not just game over just because the evaluation bar says zeros, it's equal. You can see it on Ding and Gukesh's faces. They are really locked in. Gukesh leaning over the board. Ding, he just got his jaw on his fist, just like, I got this, I'm chill guy right now. But he has to remain composed because this is a position where if either side is not careful, it can turn from equality into a position that one of them can play for more.
Righty-ho. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the possibilities that will be on the board now that King F8 is a reality. We resume this on the next move. Where are we going next? Judith, Robert, over to you.
Thank you, John. And Judith, we saw the check flicked in on E1. The king steps out of the way to F8. And you were the first to point out this knight H5 idea, which I really liked at the time. And now that I see it on the board, Judith, I actually like this position from Ding's perspective. I don't know if you're going to agree with me, but especially after this rook E1, we kept talking about knight E5, but we showed that knight E5 is not a good decision right now. So the inclusion of rook E1, I think it allows Black to focus some of his attention in the near future on the queen side.
Yes, at this point, there are quite some plans and options for Black. He can go G5, he can go B5, right? So he can play on both sides. And, well, these kind of positions, what was very frustrating with White, that at first glance, it seems to be better developed, so I have the E5, I can go knight E5 anytime. I have a very beautiful C2 bishop, which is, well, we cannot say how useful it is, but at least controls the F5 square. And somehow Black's position is like so stable, it's so difficult to crack because the D6 bishop is just covering the very important E7 square. It's covering also the E5 partly as its role. It also, if Black plays B5, then B4 is supported by that bishop. So only some of the pieces are active for Black, and some are very passive, like the A8 rook and the C8 bishop. But in the long term, it has great potentials, because if the knight from D7 moves away, then the bishop on D7 stands excellent. The bishop on E6, it can stand excellent. The knight from H5, it can go to F4. What an outpost for the knight, right? So it is very tricky because at first you think that White should be the one who is and who can play for an advantage. At the same time, it's not so easy to stop all these ideas for Black from White's side. So it can be very tricky, and indeed, it's not like before when you cannot offer a draw under move 40. You always had that option. Okay, I don't get anything out of the opening. I will offer a draw, and then we'll see what the opponent wants. But in this match, it's not like that you try to test your opponent with a draw offer, right? No, there is no draw offer. You're on your own there and figure out how you can improve your position or what's your next move. And now there is a big question for White. As we discussed before, knight e5 seems to be not a move that is the best, because Black has the opportunity to capture with the knight, and after d takes e5, the structure is changing completely. We should not forget that. And suddenly completely new ideas come to life. Bishop c5. What a bishop on c5. What a powerful bishop on c5. And suddenly Black has a very pleasant position in this structure as well. So knight e5 is not really something that White should be considering right now. You can think of bishop g3. At the same time, you say, well, why don't we wait until Black plays g5 and forcing me to play bishop g3? Because bishop g3, I think Black is just taking knight takes g3, h takes g3. Black has a great game. I mean, Black can play g6 also. He can start to play b5. Even rook b8 is possible, and only after that b5, but there is no need for that. But anyway, I believe that after b5, Black will be playing rook b8 before playing b4, or after b4, because it just stands better there. So For sure, I would be waiting with white for black to play g5. If I have to play bishop g3, at least let's have some weaknesses on the black side. So bishop g3 again is not something I would be playing. G4 is something, you know me, I always love to play G4, but it would be too risky at this point because of knight F4, and then the F4 is so stable. So this is only for the joke of it. The knight F1 move, this is what we discussed. I think this is what makes sense, to regroup the knight to E3, because
Judith, I'm so sorry, but I flicked on the engine, and G4 is actually one of the recommended moves for white. I can't believe that I'm saying that, but G4, I mean, that is a move that you do not play without serious risk, because you've handed over the F4 square, but I had to interrupt because it's actually a viable option.
Well, yeah, what can I say on this? I mean, you know, when AlphaZero played the games against the best engine, Stockfish, and the Game Changer book came out, which is a very nice book and explains how and why and what AlphaZero is doing. And in that book, it was written that who is the person who is closest in play to AlphaZero, and I was amazed that they said it's Judith Polgar, and well, maybe it is another case that G4. Because I was always ready to play all these kind of moves, but I learned my lessons, and now you see, as an old-timer, I say, well, G4 shouldn't be the move, and then you come and say, no, actually the silicon says it's quite a reasonable option.
You know, I was really just listening and appreciating what you were saying, but I had to interject because this is a move. I mentioned Capablanca as one of the world champions whose games I've always loved. If Capablanca saw this move, he'd be like, what are you doing? You're giving away the F4 square permanently. That's an outpost. But G4, it is a legitimate move here to meet knight F4 with just knight F1 and rerouting, and later you can even try to pin this knight, get the knight to E3. It's a move I would never consider. I'm being completely transparent, but Judah, it's why you've been such a legend, for your whole career. G4 it's an okay move. It's approved of by the Silicon Beast, but I could never imagine playing it myself.
When I was very little, I was playing chess, studying chess with my sister Sophia in one of the rooms. And then, of course, Susan, she was much ahead in chess, and she was in the living room studying. So the big thing was, how can I sneak into the living room and share my ideas, of course. And when they had Susan and the coach had a lunch break, then the door was open. So after lunch, somehow I sneaked in and I was asking my questions. And it was very typical that I was making these kind of moves, giving away weaknesses. And then they said, no, you cannot play like this. This is a weakness. And I was pushing. I said, yes, but I make this move, I make this move, and I make this. And I was pushing, and they couldn't prove it themselves all the time that I'm wrong because of this. But these days, it's a lot different, right? You switch on your silicon, and then it just tells you that, no, you have to pay attention what Judith says. G4 is an option.
Well, not only that, Judith, I think actually what you're discussing here is that the engine may be rejecting this option in some positions, but if your opponent can't do so, that means that objectively, sure, it's not the best move, but speaking pragmatically, it can be not just a viable option, but even the best option. We've heard all of the top players in this day, the computer age, what do you do? How do you get openings? And we've heard, for example, Fabiano Caruana discuss this in great detail, where he says that sometimes the third best option or even the fourth best option can be the best one because people are only studying maybe the best ones. They see what the engine spouts and say, okay, that's what I have to focus on. But sometimes something a little bit lower down is...
Oh my God, look at that.
Oh my goodness. Judith, you are a prophet. Gukesh said he only plays G4 if it's preparation. Of course, he was talking about the first game of the match. Like, it has to be preparation. And you said, well, I wouldn't say that. And you called it. I hope that everybody enjoyed that because you witnessed brilliance of Judith Polgar on full display.
Well, I wouldn't say so. I'm not sure Gukesh will be very proud of this G4 in his career. But yeah, this is the thing, you see, that he plays against the French. E takes d5 in move 3. And then, of course, it's a situation. You can't cheat yourself. You're the player, you're the character who you are. And Gukesh is always looking for attacking, sharp, very straightforward ideas and opportunities. And of course, G4 is that kind of opportunity. Probably Karpov would never think of a move like G4 because it's just so much against his nature. Even if it's the best move, probably he would just say, no, I cannot make such a move. I mean, giving away a square like F4, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh my goodness. It's crazy, but it's beautiful and it's fun. And now we have what promises to be a fight, because that's any pawn push is a move you can't take back. That F4 square is Ding's for the taking. And the fact that he actually hasn't moved yet, Judith, that could mean that he's considering alternatives besides knight to f4. That's like the bullet chess move. Of course, your knight's under attack, you move forward into a square that you can occupy. But Ding hasn't responded, which either means that he is fully shocked to see this move played, or he is thinking, can I play, say, g5 and make things a little bit more tactical? Maybe my knight goes back instead of forward just to attack this pawn on g4 immediately. But knight f4 has to be the choice, and I still am in disbelief, Judith. I can't believe we just saw g4. It's either a really brilliant try or a move that could backfire because of the weaknesses that it creates.
You also thought I'm just teasing you with g4. Well,
I did.
Actually, that's what I did. I mean, g4, of course, I always have to say when it's a legal move and it's not losing immediately. But the thing is that I'm pretty sure Ding is very surprised. This is clear for me, or that's the feeling I have. At the same time, it's also very logical that Ding is thinking, because you don't just make a move knight f4 unless you're in time trouble and you have 30 seconds. So you have to be trying to understand what Gukesh has in mind by playing g4, because at first it looks like a very weakening move. So often, and of course, knight f4 is the most obvious one. So now it is a big question to Ding to analyze and understand. What if knight f6, just simply I'm going back? Is it favors white or black? Is knight f4 what Gukesh has in mind? To play simply bishop g3 and then play h4, or how does it go? Because things are getting very concrete, and even material loss can be there because the g4 pawn has to be either protected or pushed to g5. So it is very logical that Ding is analyzing now and thinking what Gukesh can have in mind after knight f4. This is the first thought, I think, which comes to mind.
And you mentioned the pawn push g5, which black, Ding Liren, might be considering that right now, but also white could consider it going on the offensive. And there are some checkmating ideas because black is underdeveloped on the queen side. I'm just going to try to force this. I will make some bad moves along the way just to make it happen, like g5 takes, knight takes g5. And with knight h7 check, that could be scary. So if you make some careless move like knight b6, here it comes. Knight h7, forcing the king over, and then rook e8 will lead to mate as the bishop has to block. The rook takes, that's game over because the bishop on c2 covers that h7 square. The knight is defended. So Judith, this g5 idea, it's ambitious. There's playing for the aggressive intentions, but it can actually pay dividends if black is not very careful.
But black will have other plans than this. So after g4, actually it's very interesting to see now how Ding is reacting, looking his opponent very carefully, like saying, are you serious? You played g4? What do you mean by playing g4? I'm going to play knight f4 and I have a great position. So I think actually bishop g3 is the move for white.
Pinning the knight, okay, makes perfect sense.
Pinning the knight, and let's say knight f6. then probably knight e5.
And what about g5 for, I think I have to, I don't have a choice, but g5 here, protecting that knight. If you take, I'm wondering what's the verdict in this position?
Well, the f4 pawn can be weak, but for the moment it seems like nobody can attack that. And the g4 is hanging, so white probably has to go h3.
And king g2, king f3 come to mind for white in the near future?
Yes, that's exactly what white should be aiming for, I believe.
I'm going to pose a question, Judith, and it's something that we kind of keep skirting around. Even if you lose this pawn, having the bishop pair when black is going to play b5, b4, and try to go after pawns on dark squares. So the essential question is white's light square bishop worth a dark square bishop rather, worth a pawn? Because all those pawns are in dark squares. Only black will have a dark square bishop. That means that those pawns can fall victim to that piece rerouting itself and attacking them later.
It seems like that plan seems to be a bit far away also, to play b5, b4, and then somehow to attack the c3 pawn. At the same time, king g2, king f3, king f4 is also 3 tempest. But white has a very stable position. And even there is other ideas like knight f3 from d2 and play knight h4, bishop f5, so somehow to use the f5 weakness of black. That is something also to think of. But let's see what black other options have after g4, knight f4, bishop g3.
Okay.
Because I think bishop g3 is so basically Gukesh didn't like the idea that black is going to be playing g5 and possibly taking his bishop.
Right.
And after knight f6, knight e5. That's what we were looking, yes.
Yeah. Looks quite annoying. This knight on f4. And I just want to show everybody, because it may be difficult for some to visualize, that when you look at pieces on the same diagonal or the same file, think about what happens when the pieces move out of the way. So if black thinks about playing this a little quietly with a move like knight e6, it's not going to work out because the bishop on d6 is loose. Loose pieces drop off. So knight g6 with check then gives up a knight to win a bishop, and this is clearly good for white with the bishop pair and a healthier pawn structure.
Yes. Black has a difficult position there after king f7, h3. But we have the move. Knight f4 is on the board by Ding.
Step 1 into enemy territory. And I think bishop g3, you mentioned it, it looks like the best move from white's perspective. It just causes some immediate problems for black. And yeah, one of these big questions, Judith, is how to deal with this knight on f4. Will black just play g5 to protect it, even right away? But we keep talking about this f5 square. If you play g5, I'm worried in the near future. Knight f1, knight e3, and d5 and f5, these are vulnerable places.
Well, after g5, which looks not a bad move, stabilizing the knight on f4. At the same time, it gives away the f5 very strong weakness. But I believe h4 would be the move I would consider first. Knight e5 is also possible, and maybe knight e5 should be the move which we consider first, but h4 is also somehow very inviting. And after knight f6, h takes g5.
I think I just take back. Yep. Of course it's zeros, right? Like the engine's unbothered.
Always. Knight takes g5, then bishop g4, I guess.
This looks good for black. I see the engine's actually changing its mind. I see the evaluation bar going a little bit in black's favor now. This has to be good for black.
Well, this is beautiful for black.
Yeah. And another one where we disregard what the number next to the bar says, because while an engine can play perfectly at all turns with the proper depth, humans, they look at this position, they say, no way am I playing this from the white side. It just looks too risky, and black's pieces are more impressive.
And after g5, so I don't play h4 with white. But let's say to go knight e5. What happens then?
So if I go knight f6 to avoid you, we're getting back to that position we looked at with bishop takes f4, where chances for both, but it's quite risky from the black side. And well, what else can I really... I can take you and have this transformation.
Yes, this is a question. What is this with the little bit different setup, having g4, g5 included, and knight is already on f4.
Just a wild-looking position, Judah. I still think you can take on f4, and your idea with bishop f5 is one that I am very tempted by, but we see that Gukesh has made his moves with bishop g3. The lines that we're analyzing stem from that first move. But these kind of positions, no longer is it quiet, Judy. It is not just a symmetrical structure where they'll just play little moves. Now there are going to be some serious consequences.
Yes, it's getting sharp, and we see a very fast move. Knight b6 played after bishop g3.
Okay, that's a step in the other direction, but it's not a wrong step because still a level game. And Judith, we were talking about some knight a4 ideas later, like, you know, if the bishop on c2 is ever to leave the board, which means that f5 in some positions is better defended by black because there is that knight a4 as a response if the bishop ever leaves c2.
And you see that we've seen such a situation before when Gukesh comes back and Ding plays instantly. It was game one when things started to go on Ding's way. He started to play very fast. So I'm curious how fast is he going to be playing. But knight b6 might be a move which was not considered so seriously by Gukesh when he was calculating g4. Because knight f6 is the logical move. g5 stabilizing, I think it was also kind of understandable to consider. But knight b6, and let's see what is the idea. Let's say after knight e5, is the idea for black to capture on e5 and grab the pawn on g4?
Just, I guess no matter how you take, d takes e5, but how do I get away with it? Because the knight...
I want to go knight h3 check.
Ooh.
And bishop takes g4.
Okay, I am scared of some kind of e6. Like, can I play f3? Your bishop goes back.
I want to go just f3 and...
but you have bishop e6, so I can't...
f4.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. But I was thinking that there's g6 here, because f5 thinks, you know, it looks like it wins a piece, but then the piece is won back in return, right? So just to show everybody...
That's a nice one.
Just to show, you know, the knight on h3 is captured first, but f4 is check with the discovery and hitting the bishop. So that was what I was relying on, but I saw the bar still says that white is better, and I can believe that because, well, there's a knight on h3. It's quite silent.
Well, I think simply knight f3, knight d4, and game over, basically.
How is this only slightly better for white? This is another one of these positions where I'm mesmerized because I'm with you. I'm like, this looks terrible for black. Your knight on h3 is useless. The knight's coming to d4, which is already strategically great, and all it cost was a pawn, and it doesn't even look like a pawn because it's stuck in place, right? That pawn is a backwards pawn. So I would take white 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times, and I think that white wins this position, I mean, such a high percentage of the time, considering how easy it is to play.
Yeah, black is not losing the knight, I guess, by playing bishop g4, knight d4, and g5, so it can be rescued. But it's also a position which I wouldn't like to take, the black side. So let's go back. Let's go back. It just looks so bad.
Can I ask you a question, Judith?
Yeah.
In the live position, right, so bishop g3, knight b6 was played. Do you think there's an element that in the past we kept talking about b5 ideas, right? Like in all these positions we wanted to play b5 in some form or another, that when you're looking ahead, so even before g4 was played, that a player can be so focused on b5 as being the approach that a move like knight b6 catches you completely off guard because it prevents the plan that you kept thinking about for such a long time?
Of course, it can happen that you forgot about some possibilities. At the same time, I believe if he forgets about that, it's not necessarily because of the b5 option, but more because somehow it's more logical that the d7 knight is bring to the queen side to f6. Somehow it's a more natural direction for the knight. At the same time, knight b6 is a very logical move, because the main idea right now for black, how he's going to be developing his c8 bishop, right? And actually, the bishop does not have to be developed from c8 to take an active role in the game. So after knight b6, already by opening up its diagonal, it's already attacking immediately. So knight b6 is something one should consider, even though we did not speak much about it either. And it could be underestimated.
So we saw knight e5. I just want to go down that path again. So bishop takes, and after d takes e5, we saw knight h3 check. We didn't love the look of that. So the knight is under attack here. I don't think he's retreating, because then you handed the bishop pair, and f4, f5 comes quickly if you go knight e6. So is knight d3 the plan here, Judith, where g4 is threatened, and after bishop takes, c takes, not only is knight a4 a threat, knight c4 becomes a massive idea here, trying to get a protected passed pawn in enemy territory. So bishop takes g4 is a problem, knight a4, of course, is still in the air, and then knight c4 is a third option.
This is very, very sensible, I must say. That this is completely a very unexpected new idea and opportunity for black. This is basically we changed the structure move before, and then after knight d3 the structure is changed again, and it seems like the d3 pawn is not going to be a weakness, but it can easily be a very strong passed pawn, because of the very concrete tactical idea that the g4 pawn is just attacked, because if the pawn would be on h3 defending the pawn, then rook e3 and I just grab the pawn, right? But this idea that the g4 is hanging, maybe actually rook e3 anyway is the best move, to give up the pawn on g4 and getting in return the d3 pawn. But white is not going to be really better there, that's for sure. And if white is going h3 or f3, then knight c4 looks very strong, because white cannot avoid the exchange, and the problem is the b2 pawn is hanging, and this is something you don't want to have with white, sorry. Maybe it's not bad. Bishop f4, bishop d2, and it's very hard for black to break through, but it's black who is going to be playing for.
I was going to say, of course, it's only slightly better for black. It looks just terrible for white with a protected passed pawn on d3, and yet the engine is not overly bothered. But I mean, it goes to show that black is now the side in these types of positions that's playing for not just an equalization, but for more. And you know, this rook e3 move, even instead of h3, and I know we're sort of analyzing a number of variations, knight to c4 still looks pretty promising, because you give up d3 for b2, and once d5 drops, then you have bishop takes g4, and it gets messy, but black's pawn structure is better. So we did just see the move, Judith. This is not happening, because in the game, g5 is played, and h takes g5, that's not my arrow. That's the blue arrow, signifying that it is the only move for black that keeps the status quo in terms of the evaluation, and if not for h takes g5, then black is in trouble. I think it's a very logical move, Judith, but still, it's a necessary one.
You know, it's a very funny tactical idea, this g5, because if black goes knight h3, which comes to mind at first, and it looks very logical to play king g2, bishop g3, and if white is taking back on g3, then just knight h5 and it's a pawn up. But g takes h6 is possible, the intermediate move, and then the bishop on c2 is taking a very important role also, because once the bishop goes back to d6, let's say, after h7 it's impossible to stop the pawn. After knight f4, king moves away, and knight g6 would be a great stop of the pawn, but bishop takes g6 and the pawn queens. So there is this very beautiful hidden tactics right now after g5.
Wow. Okay, so g5, the points play g. I was wondering, because knight h3 check seems like an obvious type of move, and maybe king f1 is actually even that are in some positions
True.
like king g2 because there's no check. But yeah, this is such a crazy line to go g takes h6 after bishop takes g3 in all these positions. Because otherwise, as you said, Judith, if takes, then you just go knight takes g5 back and black steals a pawn.
Yeah, unexpected tactics arise in this position right now. So this would be a blunder by black to play knight c3 check, knight h3 check. After knight h3, black is having big trouble. So knight h3 is not possible, which means hg5 is probably the move which has to be played.
Yes, and I guess the point is knight takes g5 has that knight h7 checkmate. We talked about this in a similar looking position, but knight h7 with rook e8 checkmate is the plan, but that's why black is going to move this bishop to avoid getting checkmated, and the bishop can even go to d7. And Judith, if there is no immediate pressure against black, the pawn structure is worse for white now because you have split pawns on the king side, and that may not be the worst thing at the moment. Later on, when pieces get traded, then those pawns could become a bit of an issue.
Indeed, it becomes concrete, and white has to be very energetic and very straightforward, because positionally, this gave two targets for black. If, let's say, we can visualize that black can play bishop d7, he can play f6, king f7, rook h8, then black would have just a huge advantage. So this is now a race, what is going to be happening, and bishop d7 is one of the most logical move to make a developing move. At the same time, my question would be, what happens if f6 immediately? We have h takes g5 on the board, knight takes g5, and my question is, what happens on f6?
Nothing bad is the answer. I guess the knight should not go forward. That's how you trap your own pieces. And knight back to f3, and your point is well taken. King f7, bishop out. It feels like black is able to coordinate.
Well, white's next move and tactics can happen after knight h4. But I'm wondering whether, is it so serious?
No, I don't. I guess you can always fend off that threat there. But Judith, maybe the key is that the white knight is misplaced on g5 in most of these positions. So f6 is a move that you may play and may want to play, but is the point that leaving the knight there and somehow is better, because after bishop d7, it's like, you're not going to check me over here. I just move out the way. So I can always keep f6 in my back pocket. I'm saying it out loud, but I'm also asking you because I'm not entirely positive, because both moves are approved of, whether it's bishop d7 or f6. But do you see the merit in leaving the knight a bit offside for the time being?
Yes, it's true that f6 basically, maybe it's a move that we can wait with and play it, I'm not saying any time, but sometime, and bishop d7 looks very powerful. At first sight, it looks very dangerous for white to play this direction. I mean, now it is very clear that if black is really playing rook d8 and maybe even going back to bishop with c8, I don't know, but there are plenty of opportunities for black. And also knight a4 after bishop d7 is possible to try to put pressure on the b2 pawn. And if white will exchange with the bishop on a4, that means that black has the bishop pair. So for now, I'm very curious what Gukesh has in mind and what is his plan to go for after bishop d7. How is he going to be improving his position, and what really he has in his mind?
Some really big questions surrounding this position, because Gukesh has made the more committal choices, hurting his pawn structure on the king side. And for Ding, he's just responding accurately move after move. So John, I know you've been taking all of this in, and we do have such a different dynamic than we did earlier. But when you look at the position, you see how the players are using their time. Do you think we're more likely to get a decisive result in today's Game 5?
I feel like there's certainly been some pushing, right, Robert? Like Gukesh is trying to probe and look for weaknesses in Ding's position, maybe check if Ding is becoming complacent, and he's got options potentially to play on both sides of the board. But like you said, Ding is responding really accurately. There hasn't been an opening for Gukesh to exploit. There's still plenty of opportunity, I would say, before the position becomes dead. So we'll see what happens there. Do you have a preference, Robert? I'm going to throw that back to you just for a second. If you were playing with either side right now, would you prefer to be trying things on the king side or queen side? Where do you feel the action's going to happen?
I much prefer Ding's position because I like having healthy pawn structures, and white has split pawns on the king side, so I would go with Ding's position, but of course it is quite balanced for the time being.
So we'll see if that ends up being a factor heading into a potential endgame. It looks like the players are going to be settling for a couple minutes worth of thinking. We've had a few moves in rapid succession. Bishop d7 actually on the board now. Additional moves will be coming in shortly. We're going to take a quick break after Ding plays Bishop d7. But while we're on this break, it's just actually gone Black Friday. We're into the weekend now. But don't forget, folks, that we're hooking you up with 50% off premium memberships after a 7-day free trial. And that means that you've got half off unlimited game review, half off unlimited puzzles, and ad-free gameplay, as well as much more. So if that's something that you think would be interesting, if you play an awful lot of chess and these features would be good for you, go to go.chess.com/Black Friday 24 or use !Black Friday in chat to cash in now. And don't forget, that's after a 7-day free trial as well. That will be live until the 6th of December, so not all the way until the end of the World Championship broadcast, we don't think. Make sure to get that in now. In the meantime, both players still locked in battle in the middle game as we attempt to resolve structures heading towards the latter stages of today's game. See you in a few minutes.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
James Cantor III here, and we're back with Ding Liren's greatest game on chess.com. Let's dive right in. Of course, we have Chef's House with the white pieces, who is Ding Liren. And with the black pieces, we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda going by Polish Fighter 3000. Modern theory so far. Okay, Queen F5, Rook F8, a little bit of defense, defending the F7 pawn. Next move, Rook D to B1. We just want to put some pressure here. There's no kill shot yet. We just want to put some pressure here. King goes to c6, getting out of the way, trying to get the king a little bit safer, and we don't want any checks because you didn't check me last move. White plays e4, open up some lines and diagonals. We're threatening to take the queen, obviously, if you take on e4. We also could probably be bishop e4 actually is even better, right? But yeah, bishop e4 and then queen takes you, and you're mating there, especially after a bishop e7. That's a sick mate. But okay, black plays bishop d6. We need some defense around the king, says Jan-Krzysztof Duda. There's too many pieces around my king. Hopefully they're mine, so he puts it back on d6 for a little bit of defense, right? Okay, it's white to move, the third brilliant move. This is the best one of the brilliant moves in this game today. One of the greatest games you're ever gonna see. It's white to move in this position. Pause the video, come back tomorrow if you need to find this one. White to move, what do you do? A little bit of interference here. The move here is Rook to b5. Rook 1 to b5. Look at this. I want you to look at it. I want you to look at it. I want you to pause it and, spend 15 minutes here if you need to. Spend a year here if you don't understand what's going on. Rook 1 to b5 is on the board, big fella. From a big fella. Wait, that is the sickest move you ever gonna see today, at least. Rook 1 to b5, that's a nasty move. Boom! Now, of course, if queen takes b5, you just take with the rook, and this is decisive material loss, right? Queen takes d5 is coming too as well. The idea here is interference, right? If I do queen takes d5, imagine that the queen was not here. If the queen's gone, queen takes d5, or pawn takes e5 is actually mate. Pawn takes d5 is actually mate. So rook 1 to b5 is interference in between the queen. That's the only thing defending this, right? Even if you take this right now, there's e4 mate. There's mate everywhere. If you breathe wrong, it's mate. If you blink wrong, it's going to be checkmate with the black pieces. Rook 1 to b5. What a move here. Okay, queen e1 from Jan-Christoph Duda. And after king g2, that's it. The game is over. There is no more game. Like, he resigned right here. Oh my goodness, this is such a sick move. If pawn takes rook, you just mate on queen d5, right? Beautiful. If pawn takes pawn, okay, mate here too, right? If knight f6, oh, mate here. Like, you forgot a b6 square was mate. This was sick. 3 brilliant moves in this game. Was it the one of the best of the year? Was it the best of the year?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
The FIDE World Chess Championship tradition goes back to 1886, when Wilhelm Steinitz became the first official world chess champion after defeating Johannes Zukertort as the first player to achieve 10 wins. Nearly 150 years later, the core tradition endures. The challenger must beat the reigning champion to claim the throne. 18-year-old Gukesh secured his place by winning the candidates, and now gets a shot at winning the title in a head-to-head battle against the reigning champion Ding. They will face each other in up to 14 classical games that can last up to 7 or even 8 hours, with a time control of 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game with 30 seconds increment added from move 41 and on. Only one game is played per day, with rest days after game 3, 6, 9, and 12. The player who first scores 7.5 points or more wins the title. If the match is tied 7-7 after 14 games of classical chess, the match goes to playoff. Regardless of how the match is decided, it's bound to be a treat for chess fans worldwide.
All right, folks, we're back witnessing the action from game number 5 of the FIDE World Championship live from Singapore. Ding Liren versus Gukesh Dommaraju. As it currently stands, we've got about a 5-minute think after knight gf3 on move 21. Judith, I'm going to come to you first because you seem to have been our oracle so far this game with all the moves that have been played. It's been fantastic to watch. Ding Liren's got a couple of choices here. If you were trying to press for any sort of small advantage you can get as black, or if you were trying to draw the game as quickly as possible as black, what moves would you be considering in this position? Let's see if we can read into Ding's intentions.
Well, one thing is sure that Ding should be feeling quite comfortable and well in this position. The last few moves, I think, favors black, that we had an exchange of pawns. The g2 pawn disappeared, including the h6 black pawn disappeared. So the knight on f4 stands incredibly stable. At the same time, black should be watching after knight e5 in the next move. So that's the only thing what he has to be looking after. The question is whether is he going to play rook e8 or is he going to be looking for something else? Of course, the position is not simple at all. I would want to play f6 very much, but black has to be aware of knight h4, and that can be a problem. But it has to be calculated, definitely, how it works out. I would definitely start somehow f6, but we see rook e8 is on the board, so he goes on the very stable way how to handle it. I'm pretty sure knight e5 will be on the board, or yeah, that's my first guess.
Okay, well, Robert, now that the move is on the board, follow-up question to you. Rook e8 has been played, of course. Is that effectively saying, yeah, I'm happy to reach a draw in this position and you can give me the white pieces tomorrow? No worries about that. Do you think there's something more ambitious that Ding could have played there?
Well, I said it even after he lost in game 3, that being even on the scoreboard and having more white games ahead, that's good. Before the match, that would be your strategy. Hold with black and try to press with white. And in this position, I think that Ding is just trying to play the most principled, best moves. I actually think that he will look, if he can, to find if there's something a little more, to play for. But rook e8, if the rooks get traded off the board, then black does have an opportunity to go ahead and play on the queen side and look for some plans. Black has no risk here. At the moment, black's pawn structure is better. His pieces are active, and he's getting rid of white's most active piece while trying to cover this e5 square. So I think that Ding is just playing well, and there may be moments where he could do something differently, but that doesn't mean he's done something badly.
All right, so a lot of the fundamentals here and a lot of the basic principles appear to be favoring Ding Liren, and black simply is being nice and comfortable, asking Gukesh, if you have a plan here, how is this game going to move forward? So, Robert, Judith, another move's on the board now. Let's take a look at what's going on.
Thank you, John. And we see this big move, knight e5. It's a move we've been talking about since the queens were traded out of the opening. And Judith, we see that black's only move is bishop takes e5. That is, and Ding's about to respond, that's fairly obvious because multiple of his minor pieces were under attack. But here's a big moment because I think that yes, it gets an exclamation point because it was a needed move. It's the only move. But I think that from the white perspective, that you have to take with the rook because I would be afraid of taking with the pawn. Did he just take with the pawn?
Yes.
Wait, Judith. I was worried about knight d3 here. And isn't black just on the offensive all of a sudden?
Well, first of all, it's very interesting that Gukesh was not even hesitating. He just captured it back instantly, without considering anything else. Knight d3 can be a very unpleasant surprise because, it's a cold shower for Gukesh, I believe.
I have to say I'm a bit speechless at the moment because, Gukesh, he sort of picked up the gauntlet and he was playing g4 and pressing ahead. And you and I have spoken about this, Judith, and even in the press conference yesterday when Gukesh was like, oh, I didn't press in the best way possible. He played the move f5. Sometimes someone's ambition, it can be a great thing because they're hungry, they're pressing for more, and they may seize their opportunities. But other times, it may be this source of their pitfall where in quiet moments, they make a big play and it can backfire. And right now, black is clearly better, Judith.
And it's not only that black is better, but it is very important that black has no risk. And I think in a World Championship match, this is something very special if you can play only for 2 results. You're pressing, you're the one who is playing for a win. At the same time, you're not having any risk. It's you who is just maneuvering, playing, and trying to press and torture your opponent. And then the big question is whether you can win or it's going to be a draw. So something really went wrong with Gukesh. I think that he's like, I didn't understand why he just captured it without even hesitating, thinking a minute or two. So this must be a very unpleasant situation for Gukesh, realizing that, oh my God, what this knight on d3 doing here? Where did it come from, right? Because, but I think from g4, g5, things have been shifted to another direction. It's like, when you have a beautiful sunny day and the clouds come and you say, no, there's no way we are going to have rain. And then it's just pouring rain comes. This is kind of knight d3 what happened.
And it's just a surprising turn of events. And this is the problem for Gukesh, is he should have thought before he captured immediately on e5. And we should bring up an analysis board and show some of the essential differences between capturing with the rook on e5 and the pawn. For one, there's a rook on e1 that's under attack. And it's not just a rook, it's a b2 pawn. And if you go and say, all right, I'll be passive, I'll play rook to b1 over here, then the e5 pawn drops because black has two attackers on that pawn, just to show that on the board, knight takes e5. Thank you very much for a free central pawn. White may not be completely lost, but it's bad. And so, Judith, if instead rook takes e5 had been played, rook takes e5, we get this kind of position with knight d3 anyway in some positions. Well, here you can, it's a little bit different because after the trades, there's no rook on the board for either side. So a move like b3, there's no rook c8 to go after this c3 pawn, right? Little things like that, it's really important because now white keeps black out of his territory, and then that passed d pawn doesn't feel quite as dangerous. But with the rooks on the board and a rook c8, just to show sort of what could happen in the game after knight to d3, right, Judith? That after takes, and if you want to stop knight a or c4, you play b3, rook c8 right away, and white has to just go up into a ball and hope that he can survive.
Absolutely. The different color bishop endgames are very interesting, but it's very tricky. When I was a kid, I thought, okay, different color bishops, it's just a draw. Of course, if we don't have knights and we don't have rooks, there are a lot of opposite color bishop endgames where even you can afford to have a pawn or even two or even three pawn down, and you can still save the game. But when you have rooks on the board, it's a completely different story because suddenly the squares of the bishops, it can be just so weak that you may not have a defensive opportunity. So this is what we are witnessing now as well, that when we have more pieces apart next to the bishops, then things can go very differently.
And that's exactly what we are seeing in this game. I mean, knight d3, you called it a cold shower. You can see Gukesh is very disturbed about what's happened, and he is much worse. This is not up for debate anymore. Earlier, we were talking, oh, can black play for a win? Look at Ding right now. I mean, he should be calm. He should look at this position with a set of fresh eyes and think, no risk whatsoever. That's how you framed it, Judith, and I think that's really important, that when you play for two results, at this level, you feel like you can just press forward without ever having to hit the brakes. And look at Ding, he quickly glanced up at his opponent, and I'm really worried for Gukesh. I mean, this position is very, very bad, and it's going to be super difficult to find the best continuations for white.
Well, the first step for Gukesh is what I think the first phase he has passed, realizing that, oh my God, what did I do? The second thing is now already, like, how long is he thinking? He's thinking already more than 5 minutes. So he's thinking, okay, calm down. This is what you have. Let's face it. What options do I have? Of course, I have bishop d3. I have rook b1. Can I give away my b2 pawn playing rook e2, let's say, rook e3, and giving up the pawn and looking for compensation, playing knight f3 and knight d4? Of course, giving up a pawn, it's tricky. It's a commitment. At the same time, right now, he has to be choosing between giving up a pawn, b2 or e5, or go to the exchange on d3, which is the most likely that will happen. In that position, it is very clear that he's not going to have a word of playing for a win in this game. And then he has to say, as we say, you have to do with your teeth that you do this, and then you just have to wait until what happens. So it's like you sit and wait and play the best moves, and you hope that it will be enough for a draw.
You grovel, and nobody wants to be in that position. But I think one very important point that you made is you can play a move like rook e2, giving up the b pawn, and oftentimes players would prefer to be down material, in this case a pawn, than to sit passively, because if we bring up an analysis board, we just see Gukesh, he reached out, but I don't think he made a move. But bishop takes d3 will show the consequences of that. If we can analyze, that would be excellent, because black gets this passed pawn in enemy territory. So we see bishop takes d3, pawn takes d3, and you think, oh, I'm going to go get this pawn. We saw some other variations. You're definitely not getting that pawn. Bishop f5 just simply defends it. Knight a4 is a nuisance because b2 will be hanging. And as we were just talking about, b3, that's not going to work. There's a simple rook c8, and the c3 pawn is in the line of fire. And just to show one final tactic here, if you think you're getting ultra passive to defend everything, then there's this move d4, which is just going to hurt because the back row check wins the knight on b1, and if you're allowing black to do all this, it's just game over. So Judith, I am very concerned for Gukesh because some of the lines are quite straightforward, and yeah, he's not going to blunder a piece, none of that stuff. But the question then becomes, what does he do? And we see it on his face. This is potentially a match-turning set of moves where it looked like, you know, he played a quiet opening, then he was trying to strike forward, and he might strike out.
You know, it's interesting. It reminds me of an unfortunate game of mine when I played in 2005 in the World Championship tournament, where it happened because Kasparov retired from competitive chess, basically. And after that, they organized the tournament in San Luis, Argentina. And this was the event which Topalov won and became the world champion. And I was playing against Topalov with the white pieces somewhere in the first part of the tournament. And he played the Berlin. And there was a point I didn't like my position anymore. And I played some g4. And after the game, people came to me and I was criticized that, come on, I mean, you're not better anymore. Why do you play g4 and stuff? I said, you know what? I felt that I'm not better at all. I want to stabilize the game, but I just didn't find a better move. And then people didn't understand that they were really criticizing. And this is what happened. Probably it was my nature that I went for g4, but really I thought that it was the best move, even though I was looking already for balancing the game, equalizing, making it draw somehow. I lost the game. And I never forget that, how strange feeling it was that they said, come on, you cannot play so aggressive in this, such a solid positions, and why didn't you do this and that? And a little bit I have the same feeling here with Gukesh, that maybe he was not happy, or he was not so optimistic in that position where he played g4, but he just considered that, okay, so let's go for it, simplify the position and go for equality. Which was, I'm pretty sure that g4 was not the best move, to say the least. But of course, it does not mean that he had to take with the pawn as what he did in the previous move. He had to take with the rook. But even there, black has a very nice position. So sometimes things happen which you lose control simply. And I think this is what happened with Gukesh. And now he has to handle a very difficult emotional situation of the match. It's we can say that maybe it's the toughest moment for the match for him, I think, because this d takes e5 is immediately something that you realize how big mistake it was after you see your opponent playing knight d3. And in other games, of course, it was tactical. In the first game, for example, for Gukesh, so of course it was difficult, but it was tactical. You could go on, and it was some action going on. But here you have to face with the fact that after knight d3, you're really struggling to save the game. And at the point where he warmed up already in the match, it's 2-2, and somehow he himself, and I think the world also, was expecting him that, okay, Gukesh is white, we're going to see some great fight, great excitement in the game, and maybe he's going to take the lead. But now after knight d3, this is not the topic we are talking about, definitely. And so he has to stabilize himself right now and make his strategy, how, in which way he wants to go and fight for equalizing this game.
And Judith, we've had a recurring theme in this match. When Gukesh is white, he pushes his g-pawn. In game one, he lost not because of that individual move, but maybe the nature of the position. It got chaotic and out of hand for him. In game three, he won that game. So people always remember the victors. But if we talk about the specifics of that game, let's not forget, he went g4, which was good, but then he played g5 at an inopportune moment, and his position was worse. Right, immediately worse after he played g5 and the bishop on c2 was able to sort of escape. And Ding didn't escape. He ended up losing that game. But there have been a series of g-pawn pushes that I don't want to call them questionable, and it's easy to sit here and sort of pick at different moves and thought processes. But I think that there has been a sense that in these games when Gukesh is white, he's really pressing forward with unique opening ideas in some of the games. But in this game, he played a very tame opening, and then he decided to lash out with g4 and g5. His pawn structure was worse. He shouldn't have been in this degree of difficulty, and now he has captured on d3. So the defensive task only begins, and it's not going to be easy. This is the type of position, Judith, where we've seen players collapse even in like 5 turns because it just... the trajectory of the game is going so against you, and you see knight a4, you're worried about the b2 pawn. You see knight c4, getting rid of this knight and allowing you to have connected passed pawns. And let's talk about bishop quality. The bishop on g3, it's not the best piece in the world, staring into its own pawn. And this bishop on d7, which only just moved for the first time, that bishop can sit on the diagonal protecting the pawn. It can go all the way out to h3 and create a checkmating net at some point. It can go up to g4 and maybe even into e2 if you're not looking out for it, and that's not going to be pleasant. So difficult decisions ahead for Gukesh, and he's got 39 minutes almost to make the next 16 moves. These are going to be a very challenging 16 moves, Judith.
Absolutely. Every word is true what you said. Now, of course, we shifted to another part of the game because until knight e5, basically, the question was how Ding is going to recover his development and equalize the opportunities for the game. After g4, I think it was a very positive change for Ding. He was very surprised at g4. That's the feeling I had. And he was kind of happy with that. He played some very natural moves because basically he played knight f4, which if in a blitz you would play instantly. After g5, you would take on g5. Then he played bishop d7. So he made the very, very natural moves. And then he got an opportunity that suddenly he's clearly better in a very, very solid position. So now he has to switch also, that now the debate is not about how to equalize completely and neutralize the position. But now the question is that now I have an advantage. So can I win the game? How to maximize my opportunities in a practical game to win? F3, which was played right now, it's a very logical move because white wants to bring the king to f2. And I think somehow, in some way, also the bishop from g3 will be replaced either on f4 and go to that diagonal to stop the passed pawn on d3, or also possibility to play maybe bishop f2, bishop d4, but that we'll see. So while Ding is thinking, okay, I have a better position, how to press, how to maximize the difficulty for my opponent to defend, of course, it's a question because to have a better position and to win, it can be very far away. It can be a very big distance. And right now, this is the big question for Ding. Can I really take the lead again in the match, which would be extremely crucial for him right now? And for Gukesh, of course, after this cold shower that he had to realize what has happened, now he will not give up. He's not going to drown in 5 moves. No. Now he will go in his meditation, as we see now also. He's closing his eyes and he switch in his brain. Okay, this is what has happened. What happened, happened. I don't take any care of that. I will be discussing that after the game. I'm focusing what has to be done here. I have to make damage control. I have to make sure that I stabilize my position. I make a fortress as much as possible. Try to make every opportunity to exchange the knight, to exchange the rooks. Of course, the rook exchange would give a great chance to save the game. This is going to be the battle. So now it's saving or losing. While for Ding, it's like, can I convert this advantage into victory?
And I think that Gukesh will show a lot in this defensive effort, because even this first move, f3, not an obvious move, but I really like that decision because he can, as you said, bring the king closer to the action, reroute the bishop to a better diagonal. Of course, the bishop on f2 stares not just the knight, but maybe sitting on this d4 square could be useful. And if Gukesh is able to dig deep and hold this game, he'll breathe a huge sigh of relief. But on the other side of things, Ding, he should be feeling very confident about his level of chess. I mean, he just played every accurate move. He was gifted an advantage. It is far from winning. Let's be clear about that. That this position, if it is eventually won, it will require more slips from Gukesh. And, he will be put in tough positions where if Ding can earn a win, that would not surprise me that much. But it's so far away. I don't want to talk about results. It's clear that Gukesh, he didn't see knight to d3 in that moment. He misevaluated something, and now it's up to Ding to channel the Ding that's been throughout his entire career, the one that takes these technical positions and squeezes and tries to nurse that advantage. So maybe we should talk about specific moves here, because one idea that we have talked about is knight c4, which does force the knights off the board, but it's a very committal decision. So if we can analyze here, I'm wondering, Judith, knight c4, your knight's under attack, the b2's pawn's under attack, so you in all likelihood are going to take on c4, or maybe you have bishop f4, we can talk about that in a sec. But I guess my big question for you is, this position, would you feel, I don't want to say comfortable, because nobody would be comfortable having the white side of this position, but do you feel like white has good practical chance to hold, or are black's practical chance to win greater?
I think white has a great practical chance to hold the game, and the reason is because I believe white can go rook e4 and to defend himself and protect against the d-pass pawn from d4, where it stops the potential d2 and also covers the d file. So black cannot go with the rook to d8. So it's a great potential defensive idea, I believe. And the question is whether black can open up the position with f6 and then get into e2 to the second rank with his rook. That's a big question, but for sure black is playing for a win, right? So now it's an evaluation question by Ding, whether after exchanging it on the knights on c4, do I have enough winning chances here to press? Because it's not so easy to break in for black at all.
No, I think just to sort of show some ideas, one would be b5, b4, of course, getting your rook behind and trying to open up a file for the rook. Because if this black rook gets into enemy territory, then we're looking at the start of what would likely be a nice winning attempt for black, but that's easier said than done. You mentioned the rook coming to d4 to stop that passer. That makes perfect sense. And then the question is, how does this rook get in the game? b5, b4, to b4. The downside is trading pawns may liquidate a little bit too much, and white can always play a3 just to try to trade more pieces. And this is the only open file really at the moment, the d file, which white would have under his control. So, Judah, it's not easy to see the way forward. If this rook could get active, you mentioned f6 and like a rook e2, or even maybe there's like a slower path. Can I bring my rook to the 6th rank? These are difficult questions to answer in advance, but look at it, knight c4 on the board. So, Judah, that means that Ding believes in this as his best opportunity to win, because there is no dialing back now. The knights, they're going to be traded.
Well, it's the most obvious move in this position, and it's a very logical continuation to play for Ding, because it's clear that he wants to eliminate all the opportunities for white to play for any tactical ideas. And from now on, after exchanging, it will be black who will decide how to try to press from every angle in this position. So it's a very understandable practical decision.
Yeah, this is not a position that I would envy anyone having from the white side. And there are really two moves here. Knight takes knight or bishop f4 to defend the knight on d2, hoping that in the event of an eventual knight takes b2, the rook will slide over to b1. I guess I can just show this, that knight takes b2, rook to b1, and I see the evaluation bar dipping, black clearly ahead, and I guess you could go back to c4, but also knight a4, just trying to take on c3. That doesn't look pleasant either.
Yes. Yeah, this is possible to try it with white to play bishop f4, and this is something Gukesh has to be taking in account. I don't know how it goes forward. White is grabbing the b7 pawn, and then how black is continuing right here. Black can take knight c3 actually, because there is this knight e2 fork check, and after rook d7, black can capture it, but white, without too much of a hesitation, he took on c4.
Okay, he takes on c4, so that line is irrelevant. Maybe for future analysis and for people who want to improve their endgames, definitely take a look there. I know Mikhail Shereshevsky, that's one of those you can include in the endgame strategy books, but here we see protected, passed pawn, rook e4 played, good call by you, Judith. So now the question is, how does black proceed? Okay, you protect c4, that much is obvious, but what is the way to sort of try to create another weakness or trying to activate? How do you see Ding approaching this position?
Well, black has to defend first the pawn. The question is where black wants to be having his bishop in the long run. But if, let's say, on e6 he's just happy to have, then he's going to play bishop e6. The big question will be how black will be able to stabilize his king. Let's say if we can bring up our analyzing board, then we can make some moves, because in principle, of course, I think white made the best possible defensive idea by playing rook e4 in the last move, because it's very important, especially in these kind of positions, to have your pieces very active. And so after bishop e6, white goes rook d4. If black can bring his king, let's say I could make like at least 3-4 moves with black, or I can ask also 8-10 moves, then I would be dreaming of having my pawn on g5. I would bring my king to f5, g6, f5. I would play a5, b5, b4. I would put my rook on b8, and then open up there and use my rook for activity and try to grab more pawns on the queen side. So what white is going to be doing against it, of course, everything in order that black has not be able to do all this. But black will have to fight very hard in order to get something like this, because white has a saying there, everywhere he's going to be trying to protect himself. But the question is how? Can white really do everything against b5, a5, rook b8? Probably white tries to play king f2, that's for sure. I think it's hard to imagine for me that not king f2 is the best and the most natural move which has to be played, getting closer to the passed pawn on d3. Also, the bishop from g3 possibly can play. Sometimes it's an option. Let's say if white would have a dream, white would play king f2, play bishop f4, so only one move would be enough for white to consolidate in some degree, bishop h4, exchanging the rooks, and then it's a draw, because black has not enough resource in the opposite color bishop endgame to win. 1d3 protected passed pawns is not going to be enough for sure. So black has to be very accurate and has to understand this. Black has to open up the position in one way or another. That will be the secret to win the game, but it's a long way to go.
It certainly is. I really find what you were saying instructive, that if the king were closer, because just to show that, let's say I'll just make some moves real quick, that if you want rook d8 check, your point is extremely well taken. The white king needs to be in the box, right, in the square, because you need to stop that pawn with your king. Unfortunately, after d2, your king is not in time, so the king would already have to be on f2, which means that black has one extra tempo to orchestrate a plan that if you want to avoid the rook exchange, you will have to make sure that once the king hits f2, your rook gets out of there. So in the event of this rook d4 sequence, one idea that comes to my mind, in addition to what you said with like a g5, king out, is eventually going rook c8, rook c6, and just doing a little bit of rook lift on these two squares, and just trying to pester these queenside pawns, because white's rook is active and doing a great job in defense, but it's also not going to help on the queen side. If this rook could go on d2 instead, it's passive, that's the downside, but at least it protects this b2 pawn. So I'm wondering if there is a future where this rook can just zoom on over to the queen side over here and try to just poke at these pawns, because that's often how you win these games. You have a pass pawn, it's protected, that's great, but you need to open up a second front and create a second weakness.
Well, you know, if rook on d2 would be the better option, the better defensive plan, it is still so difficult to choose that, because you want to play actively so much. I mean, you're down positionally, you have allowed your opponent to have a passed pawn on d3, and I mean, you have to have your active rook. And it's interesting that bishop actually decided to bring the bishop to c6 and wants to have, well, the c4 pawn is not takeable right now for tactical reasons, because black goes rook d8 first and d2 is unstoppable. So, but hold on, it means it can be a pawn. Look at that. This is a problem for white, because f3 pawn is hanging. So if you cannot take on c4, you have to go rook d4, but bishop f3 can be taking a pawn, but then king f2.
And bishop h5. He does steal a pawn, Judith.
Indeed. But, bishop is quite strange on h5.
It's one of those things, right? We talk about giving up a pawn for activity. I think black, in some ways, would rather have equal material but a better bishop than on h5.
But he has a pawn up and a passed pawn.
Yes, for sure. Although the white king can quickly go to e3, and then that would free up this rook to start doing some damage on the d file. So it's one of these trade-offs where I would take the extra pawn. I'd be happy with that. But I also need to acknowledge that the rook on d4 will become an active piece that can participate in some of the queenside pressure.
That's true. And rook d4 is on the board after bishop c6.
And so now is the big question, Judith, that bishop takes f3. That seems to be the whole idea behind putting the bishop on c6 to begin with. So if he doesn't take on f3, it's a little strange, right? Why is the bishop sitting on c6? And if he does take on f3, up material, still has this passed pawn, but bishop goes to a sidelined location. It's a bit awkward, but material is material. And I mean, Ding, I'm looking at him right now, like, you know, he doesn't seem like he feels confident he'll win this game, but he keeps looking up, he's glancing, and he is playing good chess overall. That's for sure.
I'm not sure bishop c6 was the best move, to be honest, because in such positions, not necessarily pawn what counts, an extra pawn. The piece placement and the possibility how black can break into the white camp, that's what matters much more. And also the white king can be rushing into activity after bishop f3, king f2 with the tempo.
Yeah, it does seem like he's unburdened Gukesh, because I think the biggest mental hurdle was Gukesh was going to be passive and tied down. Now the issue is he's going to be down material, but at least his pieces will be freer. So, John, I know you've been looking at this game eagerly, trying to figure out, you know, is this going to be a press for a win? Is Gukesh going to dig deep and hold? I mean, what do you make of what we've just seen where Ding chose bishop c6 rather than protecting his pawn? He can win material, but he is not moving quickly at this stage.
No, he's really not. And I feel like, I don't know, especially after Ding got the opportunity to press, I thought bishop c6 was interesting, because the more you swap off here, especially if you get to a situation where you start swapping off a pair of rooks. The opposite colored bishops, of course, even with a pawn up or a pawn down, might not make that much of a difference to the game result, right? So it's on Ding, really, to decide to what extent he wants to press here, and I'm wondering if bishop c6 will have some longer-term implications that maybe I just can't see right now. At the end of the day, it's still black, who I think is the only player who's pressing, but Judith, aside from clearly having the better position over the chessboard, actually converting this into an obvious endgame advantage is far from straightforward.
It is very, very far from converting this into victory. And I'm not even sure if white plays the best that then it's possible for black to win. It should be a very long game, and trying to pose as many problems and challenges for Gukesh by Ding. But I'm not sure how much it will be the case, because I see that Gukesh, he completely recovered. He knows, okay, I'm going to be defending this. And it's a big psychological question if in this game Gukesh will be able to make an easy draw, or even just a draw, not an easy draw, but even suffering in the next 20, 30, 40, whatever number of moves. It's going to strengthen him with the fact that even if I blunder, even if I have a very difficult position, I can manage myself. And I pull the brakes, and then I just go for defense, and I can do it. So in any way, it's whatever going to be the result of this game, it will affect the emotional, psychological part of the game, of the outcome of the match for sure. But of course, we'll see whether we are going to have a decisive game still.
Okay, so Ding Liren very much in the driver's seat right now as bishop takes f3 gets played. So we're going to be seeing what Gukesh does in response. An instant king f2, and the bishop goes straight back, absolutely no questions asked. And now we're going to be deciding what we want to do next. And while we wait for Gukesh to make his next move, you can own a piece of chess history just like we are watching over the board here in Singapore, because we are celebrating my great predecessors being added to Chessable. So we're giving away 3 signed copies by Garry Kasparov himself. We're going to be picking 3 random Chessable Pro members to win. So if you're not already a Pro member, you can join during the World Championship sale happening right now, and that enters you into the draw automatically. The winners will be selected on the 2nd of December and announced live on the final day of this broadcast. So don't miss your chance. Go to chessable.com/pro. Gukesh now contemplating next actions. A pawn has been lopped off the board, as you guys can see there. And Ding to decide what to do next. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Okay, welcome to the big show. Guys, who do you think is going to win the World Championship match? On the count of 3, you have to say the name. 1, 2, 3.
Ding!
Wow.
You're joking.
Wow. Okay, well now we have some content.
We bonded.
Who wants to explain themselves first?
No, it was like just to say
well,
something which is not expected.
Yes,
you know?
but we both thought the same without agreeing on that, which is remarkable.
Well, I would love the conversation to happen about that, because I actually think Gukesh is going to win.
No, I know. No. We both also think Gukesh is going to win.
But just for you, we did
for
the
you,
thing
yeah.
where we both thought.
We both thought the same.
Yes.
It'll look.
It's obvious that it's Gukesh. That we're going to say Ding.
Yeah.
You guys are fascinating. Okay, so explain. Why is it obvious that it's Gukesh?
Well, obviously with the recent form, and like not already before Olympiad the trend was that way, but after Olympiad it got even much more so. Gukesh like won the gold on board 1 and such an amazing performance, amazing games, and Ding struggled so much also. I mean, the games he had were so rough. And, you know.
I mean, it's just very obvious, yeah? I mean, there's nothing much more to add. Like, Ding has been struggling so much. It's a pity that he hasn't found like even the glimpse of his earlier self.
Yeah.
So that's the worrying part. Like, at least if there was some tournament where he was showing some spark, like the old Ding, it would inspire some confidence. But I didn't see it since he has become world champion, which is a pity.
Have either of you guys talked with Ding Liren since this? What I don't even know how to evaluate what these last couple of years have been. Right? Obviously, been very tough for him.
Well, the things I haven't talked to him much before that either. I mean, it's not just the language barrier, but also I guess it's quite close. We're also not too close. We're competitors at the time as well, and it would be strange to start talking now. You know, let's say if somebody I knew well was going through this, I would have definitely tried to talk or consider that much more. But with Ding, I never talked to him before, so.
Yeah, we barely just exchanged some pleasantries. He's very soft-spoken, doesn't speak much. Person, so hard to know what's really going on.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back, folks. We have strained every sinew in our broadcast-capable bodies to bring you back early from this break because so many moves have been played. It's looking like the conclusion of the game is coming quickly. I've got a lot of questions. Robert Hess and Judith Polgar are going to take it away from here, but Robert, I'm going to leave you with this thought. We went to break with Ding looking like he was the only player that could possibly press, and it feels like we've liquidated so quickly. This has got to be premature, right? Even to a player like of my standard, I'm going, there must be a reason he's doing this so quickly.
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question, John, and we see the players operating on their color complex. Black has all the control of the light square, so white is actually up a pawn now. Judith, I know we can't believe it, but they are about to make a draw. We can see them repeating moves here. King d3 to e3, king f5 to e6. A draw is a fair result in this current position, but Ding clearly did not maximize. The players are just about to sign the score sheets. You see them looking at each other. Here's the handshake. Game 5 is in the books. We still have a tied match. 2.5 is the score. But for Ding Liren with the black pieces, he played solidly. He played well for most of the game. But then when he had the advantage, Judith, he did not maximize and not even close.
Well, I was speechless in the very beginning when Gukesh plays 3e takes d5 exchange variation, and I can repeat myself. I'm speechless now what has happened and witness the last several moves and the decision of Ding Liren, because it seems like the mindset of Ding Liren was to come today to the game and to make a draw. And whatever happens, he takes that. And it's unbelievable for me how it could happen that once you could see that Gukesh started to have a difficult position after knight e3, and it was clear that it's practically only Ding Liren, only black who will be able to push it. It was kind of a dream scenario in a World Championship match that you have 2.5, 2.5, and you have the black pieces and you're pressing it. But somehow, for some reason, Ding did not feel that he has those kind of opportunities, or he wants to spend too much energy. Maybe he did not believe that he can convert his very small advantage into victory, and he went for a draw not to waste energy. But I'm going to be very curious what he's going to say us in the press conference.
All right, thank you very much for that, Judith. The match score very suddenly there, tied 2.5 to 2.5. What I will say there is the decision to capture leading us into a French exchange, the decision to play d takes e5 on move 23, and the liquidation at the end of the game. I think it's unprecedented that we've left Judith Polgar speechless 3 times in a single game. So that is particularly noteworthy, I think, from our part here. Judith, I have to bounce that straight back to you. Even though the game ended in a draw, it was dead equal for quite a lot of it. We had quite a lot of surprises sat here.
We had a lot of surprises because at first it seemed that Gukesh had chosen an opening which is very much against his style. After that, he was bringing out this very aggressive g4, which I was mentioning during the commentary because I wanted to observe every possible move which can be played on the board. That move was very risky for Gukesh. After that, Ding played very well. Up to that point, Ding played very well anyway the whole game. But something was shifting around after g4, some exchanges of pawns, and this d takes e5 capturing back by Gukesh. It was a very unexpected decision, playing it instantly without thinking. And after that, it was very interesting, nice to see how Gukesh recovered, and he started to play the best moves very actively. And but I'm pretty surprised. I'm pretty sure that he's also kind of surprised that to save the game after that it was so easy.
So there we have it. Maybe not in the manner we were expecting, Robert, but certainly a lot of twists and turns here in game number 5 as the scoreline stays level going into the next part of the weekend. Go ahead and give us a breakdown of how that game went from start to finish.
Thank you, John. And while Judith, she was left speechless, I'm going to have to do the talking, and I will let most of the moves do just that, because as we approach this game review, it was a game of an early surprise, and we saw that Gukesh, he chose to play against the French defense, and he decided to play the exchange. So let's dive into the details. Let's look at the specifics, because in this draw, we started out early in a symmetrical structure against the French defense, unlike earlier in the match where we saw pieces stay on the board. Today, we saw e takes d5, not seen as the most ambitious line, often seen as quite toothless, but in this continuation, we saw development. That all made sense. It kind of resembles a Petrov. And then after c5, which is a great response, it's challenging for the center. If white does take, black takes back, saddled with an isolated queen pawn with activity around it. But in this one, we saw the quiet c3, pushing to c4, which is committal. There is no longer tension in the center, but what black does gain is space on the queen side and a tempo against this bishop. The bishop dropped back, the bishop develops. We were talking about the potential of those white bishops aiming towards the black king side, but that was neither here nor there, because in this game, queen e2 check. You didn't want to block with the bishop on e6 because knight g5 hits that bishop. It's going to be 2 bishops for white on an open board. That's not at all what Ding wanted. He followed the chessable course of Anish Giri with queen e7, and after a trade of queens, king takes e7. I once again want to go and give this move an exclamation point. It was not expected, anticipated by Gukesh, but it is a great reply. And the reason why is that black, that's another exclamation point. I'll take them all away here. But the rook gets to e8 quickly. The king goes back to f8, and I'll just show you what happened in the game. Just that, the ambulance, there I see the sirens in the background, but it was for neither player as this game remained peaceful for quite a long time. King f8, the rooks are traded, and those are all the arrows drawn about what could have been. And in this game, knight d7, it looks a bit passive. The bishop is not getting out just yet. No development for this rook either, but you are just defending your knight. You didn't want to ruin your pawn structure. The knight helps out the other. And as the game continued, knight d2, h6, this was a good decision. In many variations, that pawn was within the bishop's line of fire. It could have been captured, so it comes up one square with tempo, and as the rook comes in with check in the next couple moves here, the king slides to f8, and this was a huge moment in the game. I think it changed the game completely, the nature of it. When seeing that g5 is going to be played, the bishop will come back, the knight can take that bishop, suddenly black gets the bishop pair and can still go for b5 and b4. Here, Judith Polgar became a prophet. She played and suggested rather g4, which is what Gukesh played in this game, and it caught me by surprise. I said Capablanca would be shaking his head in disbelief because it's such a weakening move. It attacks a knight, sure, but it allows that knight to sink its teeth into the f4 square, a valuable outpost. And what's an outpost? It means a pawn can't kick that piece out, so it can stay there as long as it isn't under pressure. But immediately a pressure was applied, and you see the arrows come back. That knight on d7's hopping out the way, allowing his bishop to open up to this g4 pawn. But which way to go? Knight f6 is what we expected, but in the game, knight b6 was played, and I do think that caused some concern in Gukesh's position. He sees his g4 pawns under attack, he decides to push that pawn, and now the only move was h6 g5. There's a tactical reason why. Knight h3 check looks like it wins a pawn. The bishop on d6 can't be captured just yet because it's checked to the king, but after the king moves out the way, if you take on g3, no, white will not take back, which allows black the time to take on g5. Instead, g takes h6 first, the point being that if the bishop retreats, h7 and then h8 becomes unstoppable, a new queen appears, white wins the game. So this would give white the upper hand. And instead we see h6 g5, the correct move. Once again, bishop d7, accurate play from Ding Liren. And I'm going to fast forward here, rook e8, it looks peaceful, but here is a really bad oversight from Gukesh. Rook takes e5. This would have resulted in a very equal game because if the knight comes to d3, now after the trade of pieces, b3 is available. There is no, as you see the arrows come up, no rook c8. The c3 pawn can't be attacked, which means it's defended. In the game, on the other hand, we saw the pawn capture back. It deserves that question mark, and I'm not trying to be harsh. You could see by Gukesh's reaction to knight d3, he just completely misevaluated something here. After bishop takes, pawn takes, no longer is b3 such a good suggestion because b3 allows this rook to come to c8. This c3 pawn's in the line of fire. If you defend passively with a move like rook c1, their idea is like pawn to d4, exploiting a pin, and after c4, even more exploitation of that pin, knight to d5, and you can see that all of black's pieces are pouncing, ready to go on the offensive. The knight comes into c3 or to b4, and knight e2 check. The a2 pawn is loose. There are huge problems, and those passed pawns are a thorn in white's side. So in the game, we did see the pawn come to f3. I want to call that a very, very strong move, and I'm going to give an exclamation point because just when it looked like Gukesh was on the back foot, in some trouble, he finds f3, which allows either his king to slide up to f2 or the bishop to retreat to a new diagonal. And as this game continued here, knight c4, the trade happens, and the game ends prematurely. At this moment, bishop e6 is what Jude and I were talking about. The reason is that you protect your pawn, which is under attack, and then you can later maybe bring your rook up and try to pester the white queen side. It's not necessarily going to be a winning game, but black is the side for choice, and you can play for a win without risk. In the game, it ended suddenly. Bishop c6, not a bad move by any stretch of the imagination. Rook takes c4 is a game-ending blunder. After rook d8, you have a problem. The d-pawn's going. If you try to trade rooks, unfortunately, you're a move too slow. d2 happens, and you can't stop d1. Your king is not in the square. You're not in time to stop the pawn. So after bishop c6, rook d4, the best move was played. And after bishop takes f3, king f2, bishop h5 at least keeps black with an extra pawn. Rook takes c4 is not possible because d2 and the d1 square is protected by this bishop. So this would have been winning for black if you take the pawn. And white can just continue marching in the center with king e3. Black is better. There is no real risk in the position. You play for a win and hope that your opponent makes a mistake. But in the game, Ding just says, I'll back up. And in fact, after the next few moves, the rooks are traded, and it's white who is a pawn ahead. The game is completely objectively a draw because black has all the control of the light squares. All you need to do is move your bishop back and forth, and there's literally nothing that can be done to win this game. But it ends in a draw very quickly, and that's your recap. What could have been a press for a win ends in an abrupt draw. The match remains tied 2-2, 2-2.
Thank you very much for that, Robert. Really interesting psychology going on here in the game where Ding could have pressed for a win, opted to liquidate instead and get a draw. Objectively not bad, of course, because it's still with the black pieces. But now we're going to be heading live to Singapore as the press conference is about to begin. So, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, take it away.
When you played bishop c6 instead of bishop h5, did you consider bishop h5? Did you realize you had a significant advantage? What prompted you to actually play the move bishop to c6?
Yeah, but bishop c6 is basically a draw offer. Yeah, bishop h5, king e3, and b5.
I mean, the game continues.
Yeah. I thought his queen rook activity can compensation for the pawn, but I can protect it. Yeah.
When you play bishop a6, it was the intent to, or bishop c6, it was the intent to make a draw at this point. I'll ask you, Gukesh, you must have seen bishop h5. What was your feeling about the position at this point?
Yeah, I knew that I should be like slightly worse after bishop h5, but I thought with an active rook I should be able to hold. But actually a few moves earlier I was not sure about my position. I mean, first of all, knight c4 I was not sure about, but also I don't know why opponent did not play bishop e6 after knight c4 take rook e4. For example, bishop e6, rook d4, rook c8, I was very worried about this position. And then after bishop c6, I was already quite relieved, and after bishop f3 and bishop c6, that was just a draw offer, so yeah.
So now stepping back one step to this position, why didn't you play bishop e6 here instead of going for the bishop c6 idea?
I didn't see the idea rook c8, rook c5, and then move the king to the king side, like some kind of burning pawn structure. I didn't realize it's a big advantage for me.
Did you come into the game with the mindset that a draw with black would be a good idea?
No, I just tried to play my best, but somehow I settled for the draw.
Before, if we go peel back a little bit more to this moment, rook e5 was the recommended move here. Did you realize how much trouble you were in after you took and he put a knight on d3?
Yeah, I mean, once I saw knight d3, I realized I just blundered with d5. I didn't know how bad it was really, but yeah, of course I should have played rook e5. I mean, it would have been a draw anyways, but yeah, d5, knight d3, I kind of just hallucinated here. Like, knight d3 I saw, but somehow I underestimated that he can, like, after take b3 has rook c8, and I just have troubles holding my position. And okay, my position is almost collapsing, so yeah, I mean, knight d3 I just blundered, so. But okay.
What was your feeling in the moment? I mean, were you a panic at this time when you saw that knight d3 was so strong, or did you manage to keep your cool?
Like, I was a bit annoyed that I didn't play rook e5, but honestly during the game I thought it should always be quite holdable because I have some squares, surely unpleasant, but I was pretty confident that I could hold it.
The strength of knight d3, did it occur to you when he didn't play rook e5 that suddenly you had a fantastic position, that everything had turned around?
Yeah, here I briefly considered rook e5, but he played d3 e5 very quickly. Actually, it was here, maybe he should play knight e5 and I take, take with the pawn knight d3 and take rook e3. Maybe the game should play like this. Okay, I can take the 2 pawns here. Maybe 91 is the move. 94 he has rook b4. I was considering this variation, so I'm very surprised to see g5 on the board.
So again, the strength of knight d3 was it clear to you that you were suddenly much better, or did you feel that it was still pretty much an equal position?
This was my idea after knight b6, because instead of knight d6, if I play this, I'm not sure if it's good or not, because the pawn is very weak on f4. He had many ideas, for example, knight f3 and g5.
Okay. I will open the floor to the press. Please state your name and where you're from before you ask your question.
Bidya from Chess Base India. My question is to Ding. When you played the move knight to c4, did you consider keeping the knights on board, like on the move, or like move knight to a4 or something? Move 25. I guess.
So in this moment, instead of playing knight c4, to play knight a4.
Mm-hmm. I thought here maybe some d4, but he can play c4. If I go here, he rook b1. Or maybe just king f2. You know.
The engine likes bishop f2 in this position.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit trickier. But the idea of keeping the knights on the board seems reasonable, because the opposite obstacle ending could potentially, even though the engine's saying your choice was the number one choice, knight c4. But it's a reasonable question, the idea of knight a4. Did you ever consider it as as better, or you rejected it eventually?
With knight a4, what if he just play king f2? What's the threat?
Take. Not sure this is. Now taking
rook d8. Mm-hmm.
So seems knight c4 was simpler way to go, more solid. Next question.
Hello, this is a question for Ding Liren, Michael Rahal from FIDE Media. So, Ding Liren, I was quite surprised to see that you spent nearly 40 minutes to go for h6 and then knight to h5. And I was trying to think what other moves or variations you were considering in that huge amount of time for those two moves. Could you show us on the board what other things you were thinking of instead of the move you played h6 and knight to h5? What other variations you were considering?
I would mainly consider this line occurred in the game, because g4 looks so tempting for white. And if I play something like b5, he just check and play knight e5. And I don't know how to continue. Some more like bishop f4 coming with some threat. And here, yes, my main concern was on this position. And here, first I consider knight f6, but as I said before here, b5, knight e3, maybe a5, I don't know, g5, or rook a7. I saw this variation, but I don't know. Yeah. Also, I consider something like g5, but maybe not so good, h4.
So to follow up with this, in your long think, you were already sensing that Gukesh would go for this aggressive g4 idea.
By the end, I thought maybe it's the only way to play. After I play this, I realized I have knight b6. Yeah, but he can also play maybe knight f1, play solid.
Probably g5, yeah.
Knight f6.
This is Charlize asking on behalf of your fans on FIDE social media channels. And this is to Gukesh. What kind of training did you get from your mental coach, Paddy Upton, and how has it helped you so far?
I have been working with Paddy for the last few months in preparation for this match, and first of all, it's very enjoyable the work we do. I mean, we have had a lot of conversations, and yeah, he has helped me a lot to mentally and physically prepare for the match in different ways. Probably after the match, maybe it would be nice to go over the details, but yeah, I can say that our work together has been very enjoyable and very important for me in preparation.
This is Mike Klein with chess.com, and I have a question for Grandmaster Gukesh. Of course, you lost with e4, but then you won with d4, and you went back to e4 today. I'm curious, since we're 5 games into the match, has there been any time in the match where you've wanted to play something and Grandmaster Gaevsky wanted to play something else, and you had to sort of, one of you had to convince the other one? So, or have you guys both been in lockstep with what openings you're looking to play?
I think it depends on the game and our moods, and obviously when we take a decision, it's together with my thinking and my team's thinking. So sometimes we are on the same page, sometimes we are not. But yeah, we just try to make the best decision, and I guess the main goal is for me to be happy with the decision.
And can you comment specifically about today's game? I think it may have only been the second time in the history of the World Championship we've seen an exchange French, so not many of us were expecting that. But can you comment about today's decision? Was it your decision? Was it his decision? Did you agree about it?
I mean, obviously it was, in the end we all agreed with this. But it's a cool fact that it's only the second time exchange has been played. Which was the first time?
Don't want to misspeak.
Okay.
I'll get excoriated for that, but we'll look it up for you.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just a good opening, which is also quite topical these days. So, yeah, I guess I was, prep-wise, happy. I mean, I guess he was playing on the board from early on, and we just got a game. But yeah, it did not. I guess it did not pose too many problems for him this time.
Thank you.
Ian Rogers, Shark Magazine 64. Question really for Mr. Gukesh, but both players can answer if they want. How satisfied are you with the progress of the match so far?
I think it's still early to say. I mean, not even close to halfway done through the match. Considering I was trailing this match after the first game, it's nice to be here. But yeah, there's a lot more important games to come, and yeah, I'm just trying to play one game at a time and give my best.
You're sounding like Mr. Gelfand. You're sounding like Boris Gelfand at his press conferences. He said that at every single press conference. Playing one game at a time. And Mr. Ding, how satisfied are you so far in the match after 5 games?
Well, the results is not the ideal one because I have some chance in some games, and I will lead by some point, and then it was even. Also today, after some brief check, I have some advantage, which I didn't realize. So yeah, there's something to improve in the next round.
Thanks.
Hi, Abhinav from US Chess. Gukesh, you've played g4 in 3 white games, all of your white games, funnily enough, this match. But there was another option, a more classical or positional option with knight f1, trying to reroute to e3 and targeting the weak d5 backward pawn. Was this ever crossing your line of thought, or did you want to go for the most critical, concrete line with g4 for the third time?
Yeah, it's cool that this was, I mean, third game in a row I'm playing g4, but this knight f1, I mean, obviously it's the move it was one of the moves I considered, but I thought g4 was the critical one. I mean, knight f1 I was mainly worried about g5, bishop g3, knight g3, h, I guess h g3, knight f6, and he gets bishop e6, and it's like extremely solid position with black. I mean, I have the f5 square, but his bishop on e6 is quite solid, and some b5, b4 might happen. So I didn't think this was enough to press. That's why I went for g4, but probably it was also not as good as I expected it to be.
Quick follow-up. In the other two instances, you played g4 in the opening, but here you chose it as a critical line. The question is really more about the opening. What was, a little bit, without giving it away, the rationale behind the exchange French, something a little bit more tame than your critical and uncompromising style?
I think it's just a good opening. I mean, obviously we are preparing for the game, and I play some opening only if I think it's good, yeah, and if it's good enough for a game. So yeah, this time it did not work so great, but I don't think it was the opening's fault.
My question is to Gukesh. Did you expect Ding to play the French defense, and were you happy with the position after you played the French exchange variation?
Yeah, I mean, Ding played French already in the first game, so yeah, it's obviously one of the things that we expected. And the exchange French, I was prepared till he played King e7. I'm sure I saw King e7, but I couldn't remember the details. And in general, the position was kind of what we expected will happen on the board. So I was happy with that, but probably I didn't have any serious chances anywhere. Maybe I could have improved early on, but yeah, I think I think maybe I kind of overestimated my position in the opening.
A quick follow-up of chess question. We have seen a lot of times you've closed your eyes when you're playing the game. So is it possible to reveal, are you calculating or like thinking at that point, or just trying to keep a clear head?
I guess it's just normal. I usually do this, like I close my eyes quite often during games. And sometimes it's just that it's easier to calculate with your eyes closed. Maybe at some point I'm also like, yeah, I'm sitting there in this room. There's nothing else to see, so I'm just closing my eyes. But yeah, mostly I'm just thinking about the position.
I'm Gu Xiaobing from organization. I have a few questions for Ding Liren. First of all, 请你谈一下今天的对局，以及对手今天在法兰西防御中选择异地的变化有没有出乎你的意料？
My name is Gu Xiaobing. I have a few questions for Mr. Ding Liren. My first question is, were you surprised by the choice of the exchange French from Mr. Gukesh?
从这比赛用时来看，我也是对这个交换法兰西有一定准备的。对，但是他马币第二这步棋出乎了我的意料，然后临场我就需要去思考。我觉得我走的还不错，一直下的还不错，直到就最后时刻，可以继续，比如说走向E6，但是在把王从王翼出来，这个计划我没有想到，然后可能局在后翼有很大的这个前景吧。这盘棋也是下了半盘好棋吧，后半盘就有点粗糙。
That was a very long answer, by the way, so I'll do my best. Mr. Ding said that he was in general well prepared for the French defense. He was a bit surprised, I think, by knight b d2, and so he started thinking sometime after that. He felt he played quite well in the first half of the game. He did feel that maybe after rook e4, bishop e6, and then the king comes to the king side, and perhaps black has some chances to press there. So perhaps he missed some small opportunities there towards the end. So he felt it was half a good game by him, and the other half probably could have slightly improved somewhere.
第二个问题就是来到新加坡也有一段时间了，对新加坡的印象怎么样？有没有在圣淘沙里面转一转？谢谢。
So the question was, Mr. Ding, you've been in Sentosa in Singapore for quite some time now. What's your general impression of Singapore, and have you had the chance to tour around Sentosa Island so far?
对，我不仅在圣淘沙待着，中间一开始还出去踢了场球，所以对新加坡整个城市的面貌也有一点了解。这里还是挺繁华的，然后挺先进的。圣淘沙是一个挺舒服的一个度假的区域，但接下去我还是更多的关心接下来的比赛吧。
So I also had an opportunity early on to even have a game of soccer before the match started, which I really enjoyed. Obviously, Singapore is very modernized, prosperous, and a very modern city. So I've had a good stay, but I'm going to focus my attention further on this match on the games.
Michael Rahal again from FIDE Media. So we have quite a few very interesting questions on our Twitter feed. I've selected one. I would like to ask both players, aside from chess, which sports person do you admire the most, aside from chess? Mr. Gukesh.
I mean, when I was younger, it was Indian cricketer MS Dhoni. Now it's Novak Djokovic. I think both are great athletes, and I really admire a lot of things about them.
Well, it's hard to say the words admire. Before, I liked the player. When I watch NBA a lot, I like Lamar Odom. And then I like Federico Chiesa. They are not that famous, but they are just in my favor.
My final question is for Gukesh. As you know, your countrymen, fellow colleagues, grandmasters are playing all over the world. Nihal Sarin has just won the Uzbekistan President's Cup, and other players are participating in important tournaments. I was wondering, do you stay in contact with them during the event, maybe on social media, and cheer each other on their successes?
Okay, firstly, I didn't know Nihal won this. Firstly, congrats to him. I mean, during the tournament, I generally don't talk to many people outside my team. But yeah, it's always nice when Indians, Indian youngsters keep achieving things. It's motivating for all of us. So yeah, I'm glad about that.
Thanks. I have a question for Ding, but just to close the book, apparently Capablanca Alekhine 1927 was an exchange French and black won. My question is for Ding. This Queen E7 endgame apparently is covered in Anish Giri's Chessable course, and I'm just curious if you knew about that course. He said the endgame is fine after Queen E7. So are you aware of this course?
No, but he's right.
Indeed, you proved that today. Thanks very much.
We'll have just a few more questions, please.
I wanted to take the peaceful result as an opportunity to ask both of you, without revealing too much, can you both give a game of your opponent that you were particularly impressed by in their chess career?
I remember, I think in 2019 or something, Baijin Shi Ding was probably his best game, which as a kid I really enjoyed. Yeah.
I know my opponent beat Pragnanda many times with both colors. I remember one game he had whites and his center made, it was Italian, and his center made a huge role in his victory.
Any more questions? All right, well, that concludes our press conference for today. We will be back again tomorrow for Game 6 at 5 p.m. local time. Good night, everyone.
So that is the conclusion of the press conference. Thank you very much, Maurice, and the rest of the team on the ground there. 2.5 after 5 games. A couple of interesting quotes from the press conference. I think my favorite has got to be in reference to Anish Giri's chessable course. I didn't, but he's right. Absolutely brilliant answer there. And Robert, as they alluded to in the press conference and in the chessable course, everything turned out just fine in the end. But it's interesting that it gave them some food for thought.
Oh, there's so much to take away from that press conference. First of all, Ding was quite smiley. He was laughing, he was making jokes as well, and it's a different Ding than we've seen in previous days. So it's good to see him just as a human being, not even so much as a chess player, in this sort of happy state. And I couldn't believe a reference to Lamar Odom. I'm a huge NBA fan, so to hear Ding reference the former NBA star, that's great to hear. But I think another massive takeaway is that Ding didn't realize how much he was better. And it's Magnus Carlsen's birthday today. And while he's not involved in World Championship matches anymore, I think that we look at that position and we're used to seeing someone like Magnus press, and even if it takes 150 moves, Magnus would play that game on until his opponent fell asleep from just pure exhaustion. So that, I think, was a really surprising element, but I want to give a lot of credit to both Gukesh for his sturdy defense and also to Ding, because Ding was rattling off very impressive variations. It's clear that he saw G4 in advance, and he was just firing off all these lines that took a lot of foresight. So there was some negatives, I think, from both players that you could take away from that, like Gukesh's just a miss of knight d3 and the incorrect recapture on e5, but a lot of positives for both of them.
I'd love to expand on that with you just a little bit, Judith. Some of the lines that Ding was talking about in the press conference were amazing to follow, and I'm glad that Maurice was also showing us what he was thinking on the board there. It was really impressive to see his thought process, but in the same breath, it was really interesting to reconcile that with the fact that Ding wasn't aware that he had such an advantage and could have pressed further. What do you make of those? Because it feels like such a strange juxtaposition.
Yes, I think this was very surprising for all of us, that somehow I had the feeling that he was shocked by the discovery at the press conference that he has been such a great position, what he actually offered a draw with by playing bishop c6 and simplifying everything. And it means that the mindset is maybe has to be polished and changed a little bit for Ding, because it seems like he doesn't have that kind of self-confidence that with black he is able to grab the chance, and if the chance is there, then he has to push it. So he was not. He was looking for equalization. Actually, not even equalization, because he said that in Anish's course he didn't know about, but actually he is right, and so. It was kind of very strange that he was not able to move on during the game and take this opportunity, because this is some of the most important thing, I believe, in a World Championship match, that you don't get too many opportunities, and usually those opportunities are very small sometimes, but this was an opportunity, golden opportunity, which he missed. So it will be very difficult for him, I think, to get over it. And with Gukesh, it was interesting that he said at some point that I overestimated my position probably at some point. Yeah, I feel this, that he's very optimistic, and we see this in his game. So we'll see how it will work out.
All right, so that was round number 5. We'll be moving into round number 6 tomorrow. We had the last rest day, of course, earlier on, but we still have a game day tomorrow before there's a rest day the day after. Let's take a look at what time that starts, depending on where you're watching in the world. If you want to set an alarm to come and tune in, you absolutely can. It's a little bit early in the morning or late at night, depending on how you choose to see things. From the United States, it's 1 a.m. on the West Coast or 4 a.m. on the East Coast. And then it goes all the way through to 8 p.m. if you're tuning in from Sydney. The match, of course, starts at 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time in Singapore. So, folks, plenty to discuss for today and how the match is poised overall. Still nice and even. Robert, maybe a word on Gukesh, because during the press conference we were talking about how Ding saw everything. His energy levels were up. It was interesting that he didn't necessarily see that he had much of an advantage, but maybe not so much said about Gukesh and where his head is at now.
Yeah, in some ways, Ding even responded to a partial storyline that he feels like he's the one who squandered several chances at this point, because with the white pieces, maybe he wasn't as ambitious as he could be, and then with black in game 3, I mean, he got his bishop trapped on c2. That was clearly not optimal, and then here in game 5, I mean, he could have pressed without risk. So that is part of the storyline, and then I would say from Gukesh, he was rattled, and you don't see that very often. He is one of the most stoic players that you could possibly imagine, but you could see at the board he completely overlooked something in these knight d3 lines, that his c3 pawn would be weak, and so he was rattled, but he immediately recovered. And I think that is one of the signs of a champion. You're not always going to be perfect. In fact, you're not always going to be good. But when you make mistakes, how you're able to rebound from those, that is a mark of a champion. And so for Gukesh to just immediately kind of realize things are going wrong, he wasn't pressed to really defend. So we didn't get to see how mighty his defense could have been. But for Gukesh, he acknowledged that he overlook something. He's been very transparent in the interviews. He talks about his work with a mental coach and trying to perform better and talk about the psychological components of the game. So it's clear that Gukesh is working hard, and for Ding, there were smiles there, and there is reason for joy in the camp. 5 games in, 3 games of black, 2 for white. Ding has more white games ahead of him.
And I think that's a great point, Judith. At the end of the day, Ding might have had an opportunity to press today, but objectively, he's still doing pretty well. What are your thoughts on how the match is poised?
Well, it's the result is absolutely normal. I was expecting that something very tight match we're going to be witnessing. There are ups and downs. What we've seen in the first 5 games, it was not such a sharp game today. But I feel it has a very strong effect on the players, this draw. And it was interesting to see also that Gukesh was very relieved. This is what I felt. But it is very exciting, and there is a lot more to come. I'm pretty sure about that.
And before we sign off, just a little bit of a bonus for you today, Judith. As I understand it, you will not be with us from tomorrow due to commitments elsewhere, but it's been an absolute pleasure. And I'm speaking on behalf of not just Robert, Danya, and myself, but the viewers as well, to have the greatest of all time lend her voice to this broadcast. So I just want to say a massive thank you and all the best for the coming days.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure working with you.
Folks, this is our coverage concluding for round 5 of the FIDE World Championship. We'll be back here same time, same place tomorrow. So make sure you set your alarms, you get ready, and we will see you on the morrow. Good night.
When Ding has the black pieces, it seems like we get those combative games. So once again, white pieces for Gukesh. You can't just assume that we will have a quiet affair.
We've got a French once again.
Judith, I don't even need to see you to probably guess that the exchange French defense was not going to be on your radar for today's match.
What is this? It is so much not Gukesh.
I'm also, Judith, trying to come up with an explanation, maybe unhappy memories of the first game's result. Ooh, and king takes e7. We are entering a queenless middle game. Gukesh said, let's get technical from the start. I'm so sorry, but I flicked on the engine, and G4 is actually one of the recommended moves for white. I can't believe that I'm saying that.
Oh my God, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy, it's crazy.
G5 is played, and H6 G5, it is the only move for black, and if not for H6 G5, then black is in trouble. You have to take with the rook, because I would be afraid of taking with the pawn. Did he just take with the pawn?
Yes.
I was worried about knight D3 here.
Ooh, it's a cold shower for Gukesh, I believe.
We see the players operating on their color complex. Black has all the control of the light square, so white is actually up a pawn now. Judith, a draw is a fair result in this current position. But Ding clearly did not maximize. The players are just about to sign the score sheets. You see them looking at each other. Here's the handshake. Game 5 is in the books.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.